I
I'm
hate
gonna.
navigating Windows 10. They
Okay.
hide everything. It's so frustrating.
Okay.
Okay.
And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to today's special edition of the Cloister of the Dice. We got ourselves a very interesting one-shot planned for you guys today, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Of course, my name is John. I'm your MC behind the scenes. Of course, we've got Akira Coops, Lady K, Nevanor Frost, Slick Rick, Xanatrix Sidari, and of course, Mildred the Monk. But he will not be our DM today. We will have a guest joining us here shortly. We're working out a few technical issues behind the scenes. Of course, never without a botch around these towns. You know how it is. I mean, am I wrong?
No. To quote a great movie, you're not wrong. You're just an asshole.
Hey, I'm still trying to take care of
other assholes. What's the problem?
Hey, I'm still trying to take care of stuff behind the scenes that I couldn't get done in time because my doctor's appointment took a little longer than we thought it was going to today.
Is this like that DMV thing where it's 5 minutes until your number gets called,
Something like that.
or some of you may recall that I've made the gag of the difference between actual time and restaurant time.
I think you mean actual time and then medical time.
Yes.
Same principle. We've all heard it'll be 5 minutes for a table. And then you're there for not 5 minutes. While you're given the world's largest and most obnoxious beeper ever made.
Oh, God.
You know the one.
I
The
do.
one that-
Oh yeah.
That looks like an overcomplicated coaster.
Yeah.
Or-
I've had those.
I
Or if
tolerate
you're
it. I tolerate it and then use and when but I tolerate the noise and when it starts vibrating, I use it to annoy everybody. Or it's a
I
nice
think
shoulder massage.
I think one time I was bored and I put the thing on the back of my neck
Oh yeah, I've done it.
because it is the closest to using the old back scratcher gag. Because I'm not going to use the butt scratcher gag because I'm not at MetroCon. But this is
I'm working on
This
images,
is-
don't worry.
this is definitely going to be a first, at least the first for this particular series, because obviously, being the master of the temple, I'm usually the one who's GMing. But this is a unique circumstance where I decided to veer away from that a bit. Mostly to showcase what else is out there beyond what I have planned, and also to give Lady K some time for one of the future projects.
Yay! excited. I'm very excited about this one.
And of course, there's always going to be the issue of technical issues. It's one of those things that we try and deal with as quickly and efficiently as we can, but Murphy's Law has other ideas.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Murphy's Law definitely had other ideas, especially where my paycheck was concerned today.
Now I'm reminded of Goodfellas, the whole fuck you, pay me.
Pretty much. Oh, and on top of everything, my phone died while I was at the doctor's.
Oof.
Like I
Yeah.
said, Murphy's Law.
Oh, yeah. Alright, I apologize for any of the notifications from Premiere and After Effects that come through, by the way.
No worries. It's one of those things that happens.
I think it's more about the chat being hearing that than any of us.
And also for the VOD.
Mm-hmm.
And I will note that unlike certain companies, we actually own our games. Because how could I not take a pot shot at that whole thing?
Oh, Ubisoft.
Then again, I'd expect nothing less from a company that's been making the same game or the same two games for the better part of a decade.
Wait, are we talking about EA again?
No, Ubisoft.
Same thing.
You're not wrong.
Okay. I've been busy most of this week and probably will for the next few weeks, so I have very little time to check the news. The heck happened over there in Europe?
Okay, to shorten as best we can, one of the main guys at Ubisoft was basically saying that we're coming up on an era where where owning games is owning physical games is a bad thing, and that everything should be digital.
It was the head of their subscriptions department who was saying that people need to get used to the idea of not owning their games. And my response now is the same as it was when I found out about this little bit of news. If buying is not owning, then piracy is not stealing.
Yarr,
I mean...
that'd be good times.
But it's kind of an unforced error to say that kind of thing when you're on the cusp of releasing a game that you've had in development hell for the better part of 5 years in Skull and Bones.
Yeah.
Because, well, keep in mind last year when the OGL thing happened, and while that wasn't the sole factor, it was a factor in the failing box office of Honor Among Thieves. And it's not me that's citing it as such. It was one of WotC's investors citing it. And using the words unforced error in regard to it. Which I say is the most apropos way to describe it. But I will note that what we have planned for this and for the future, because this is not going to be the last time that we do the guest GM thing. I have reached out to a few people that I've collaborated with in the past to see if they'd be open to it. Though in the process of doing this,
Monk,
go ahead.
the title on Twitch isn't right.
It should be updated now. I just updated it a few minutes ago, so
On Pingcord?
refresh.
Because I'm looking at the, no,
If you're looking on Pingcord, ignore what it says on
Most bots-
Pingcord.
Yeah,
Okay.
most bots don't always update properly. It's best to actually check the page.
duly noted.
I've had that problem with bots on RVTs in the past.
Yeah, and it's
Duly noted.
It's more the fact that the title update in Restream doesn't always follow through. But
Alright.
by the way, after looking at the footage, I'm prepared to inevitably give Rocksteady Geek of the Week because I saw the released footage for Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. The UI itself is enough to give me an aneurysm.
Oh god, that bad, huh?
Putting aside the fact that nobody asked for a Suicide Squad in the form of a looter shooter, but it has to do with the fact that there's too much shit on the screen. And a lot of the shit on the screen isn't the shit that is actually necessary. Like, remember that meme when people were making fun of a UI developer at Ubisoft, once again, for when he was complaining that the UI in Elden Ring was poorly made, and there was that meme making fun of him with just all this excessive shit.
Give me a second, guys. I promise I'm trying to get this set up as fast as possible.
You're good, you're good.
Oh, I'm talking to the chat this time.
Mm-hmm. It's
Reiterate.
what. Like, let me.
Ah, come on. Where is it?
Like, if, or the it's in it. When it comes to certain UIs, having a bunch of different elements and different colors can actually distract.
Yeah.
There's a reason why everybody loves the UI approach that Dead Space has, aside from the fact that it's showing you a UI while technically not.
Yeah, it's built into the armor, so it kind of hides itself better. And it looks like we've got everything figured out.
Sort of. It's a stopgap.
Yeah, I'm at push to talk. It does seem to be reducing that echo, so I think we're going to be okay here. Unfortunately,
Alright, cool.
that means I had to completely change into all the physical copies of these I have. So unfortunately, this is a slightly older version of this intro, but you know, I've rewritten it 4 times, so at this point, I pretty much got it memorized.
He's using Discord on web, so he push to talk only works while Discord on web is in focus.
Oh yeah.
What the hell? Alright, honey, say it again.
What?
Say it again.
Never without a botch.
Yup. Because no, my video's not freaking working.
Double
Yeah.
botch. Wow.
Yeah, I think this will go down in history as the most scuffed episode of Cloister of the
hands
Dice.
down.
I was going to make a jab over at Neff here about the winter here, but honestly, this is just too funny for me to even interrupt with that kind of joke.
As a bit of a lighter thing, just to lighten a bit of the mood. I'd like to present you all with I'd like to present you all in the council. The kind of hat that Lady K would probably wear if she were a mage.
Oh no.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Alright, hold on. What is this shit? What is this shit?
It's your hat.
Not big enough.
Monk,
Yes.
I will have a reinforced sketchbook prepared for you.
Haven't had one of those in a while.
What
Are you
she's
gonna-
really saying is, I'm in this picture and I don't like it.
You know, I have to wonder, how will she reach you with the sketchbook from under that hat?
Zan,
Yes, Kay.
I love you, but you're playing with fire.
Did you not know I'm a pyromaniac?
Husband, would you like to tell them what happens?
I think at some point I might have to get that. I have to find that old clip of when you whack T-Dub.
There we go.
I mean, if we're gonna have a fight, at least give Monk and I a week to promote.
Well, I would say the clip of me, but then again, I went willingly.
For
technically,
context, everyone, there's been an art there's been a piece of art that's been making the rounds the last few days, where somebody decided to take the gag of the bigger the hat, the more powerful the mage, full circle, and now we have a hat that is big is so big it could qualify
Hold on,
as a
I'm
house.
gonna pull it up. I'm going to pull it up. Give me a minute. I just
It's
had
just
to
a mage's tent, that's all.
I just had to get the art reel rolling. Finally got it to work.
No worries.
All right. So, for the record, everyone, let's see.
Mordenkainen's Mage House?
Application.
Nah.
That's audio capture. That's not what I want to do.
Mordenkainen's mage house is not nearly floppy enough for that.
Mordenkainen's Lean-To?
A-frame?
I'm just calling it a mage tent and leaving it at that.
It's a paraglider. What are you talking about?
Oh,
She has a point. It would do really well for that.
Oh, you could probably survive a halo jump with that thing.
I don't think so. I think you're both kind of wrong on that, considering the stitching looks rather loose.
Yeah, that's the sombrero perilous.
But I just had to do that bit of silliness just to lighten the mood with all of the technical frustrations.
Tell me
But-
about it.
Zan, would you mind being a bit of a evangelist to go into what
shut the front
the
door.
actual hell Lone Wolf Fists is?
I mean, not to take Joel's thunder from him, but sure. Lone Wolf Fists. Oh, I hear a Joel.
No, that was just me messing with the keybind a little bit. I'm interested to hear what you have to say about it, because you should have a physical copy, right? Or do you just have the PDF?
I just have the PDF. Monk has a physical copy.
And for the record, everybody, this is the hat that they are teasing me with.
Yeah.
Assholes.
Lone Wolf Fists is in my opinion, if I have to use the way I see it, a wuxia fantasy bordering on xianxia with all the trappings of the post-apocalypse from Hokuto no Ken. There's a lot of crazy bullshit that goes on. It's all going to be high stakes when you finally get into combat, and everything's going to be flashy and bombastic. And on top of that, there's even inspirations from other things. I looked at my alternative cost for Psychic Shockwave, and I'm like, this is just Akira with extra steps.
It's just Akira with extra steps. That's correct.
Wait, what?
Not
just like-
you.
No, the movie, Coops.
Oh.
You know, when Tetsuo turns into a giant blob of machine and flesh. because he can't control his psychic powers. It's
Oh,
just Akira with
yeah.
extra steps. This is very clear. Lone Wolf Fist, as we know from talking with Joel and from reading the book, is very clearly inspired by some of the most beautiful and at the same time most gruesome anime art and ideas in fighting fiction, I guess the best way to put it, around. I absolutely love the art style that he got his artists to help with, and I absolutely love the... There's no better way to put this. The entire book is written in a colloquial voice. It's like someone talking to you rather than an instructional manual.
Yeah, it was hard to stay in that voice. It's really easy to go like stereo instructions when you're writing rules, but at the end of the day, you need clarity and friendliness when you're writing a TTRPG.
Yeah, my favorite line in the 1.0 PDF I have is early on when talking about basically how you're going to be running that game. You call everybody champ. I'm like, ha, ha, ha.
Joel, check your DMs for me really quick, please.
It's
You got it.
It's specifically this passage. A word of caution, you will absolutely make mistakes and bad calls. Take some sage wisdom. Just roll with it and err on the side of your friend's kicking ass. You'll come out on top, champ. I was like, God damn it. So, Lone Wolf Fists is your friendly anime television announcer telling you, here's a game to play, I don't know, Fist of the North Star mixed with G Gundam, mixed with any Wuxia or Shunsha you've ever read at low levels, high level Shunshas for his next project. We've talked about that too. But it's looking to be a grand old time about fighting and rebuilding civilization in a post-apocalypse, because there is also resources and factions and some parts of building a base or rest area or whatever you want to call it, a resupply area, in order to at least have your own home out from the sands or the ruins or whatever part of the world you might be in.
And admittedly, for this, since this is a one shot, we are going with pre-gens essentially, which isn't the usual affair, because if we were doing the usual affair, I would have done session 0 and done a full campaign, but that's not the case here, obviously. So, and when it comes to the mechanics of things, we will cross that bridge as we get to it. Everybody else has gotten some of the people here have gotten a crash course on how things work. The rest will get a further crash course as things continue on. Because of how it's set up, there was no need to use Roll20, and in fact, if we did use Roll20, it would create some problems. So we're not going to try using Roll20 for this.
I love how the graphics for the A's in my name don't have crossbars compared to the A's in Neff and Akira's names. And everybody else's names for that matter.
Wait, what?
Look.
No, it's there. It's just the size makes it thin.
I'm looking at it on Twitch right now. It's there for everybody but me, Monk.
No, what's going on is that I'm still in the process of trying to update everything. So, give me like 5 minutes.
No, it's all good. I like the fact that I'm special and different.
Mm-hmm.
Special with a capital Q.
Yeah. Now,
I'm glad you agree with me, Monk.
Well,
with you. He has collaborated with you so long. He kind of has right to say stuff like that.
Oh, well, I mean, I set it up that way on purpose, so.
But when it comes to the relationship with Lone Wolf Fist and the Temple, obviously those of you who've
Shit.
been around for a while know that this is not Joel's first rodeo in the Temple. He's been in here on multiple occasions, and I've talked to him on this project as it developed over the span of time that it did.
The embarrassingly long span of time that it did. By the way, I do have another Kickstarter coming up, for which the writing will be complete prior to the Kickstarter. Learn my lesson there.
Which means you're doing a better job at that follow through than some people I know who kickstart a project and then take their sweet ass time getting it out.
The temptation is really big, because if you kickstart early, you can get the art and the layout started really early, which is nice. That way you're not waiting anybody else, you're just waiting on yourself. But I know me. after having to drag the last of this project over the last year and a half of the Kickstarter and finally get it out because I kept fucking with the scope. Yeah, I'm gonna get it done first and then sell what I have done and buy art off of that.
Mm-hmm. I know that if I go forward with this project, I'd do the same thing. But I mainly say that because there's one project that Zan and I had discussed years ago that just up and disappeared. That being Light Strikers.
They finished, Monk.
Which is weird. In that case, I must have not gotten mine because all I had was that stuff that was not quite finished.
I got the PDF. The Academy Pack PDF. I got that.
Yeah, I may have some things crosswired because, again, how many Kickstarters have I covered in the Temple?
Yes.
Yeah, that was my thought.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just doing a double check here. Light Strikers RPG as a website is still up.
Mm-hmm.
And let me see here. Their Kickstarter is still up as well. And now it's talking about pre-ordering.
Oh, there hasn't been a whole lot of update on that end for some
March 23rd, 2022 was the last time they updated.
Mm-hmm.
Feels good to have the physical books for this in my hand. I can't stress enough that the actual product is really nice when you come to running. It's easier to flip through than the PDF, even though PDF is hyperlinked. I did do that much.
PDF is hyperlinked after version 1.0. My PDF has no hyperlinks or bookmarks because it's the very original one you first released.
Download a new one.
I think you
requires
sent me
him
this.
doing work.
I think you sent me this one direct. I'm not sure.
Well, I'll send you a link for the new one then, because if it's direct send, then yeah, you won't be able to download the new one. But I can just give you a coupon since you've already owned it. I'll give you a coupon. I should probably give everybody in here a coupon for it and for the teaser for Acid and Steel, because then you can add what is the equivalent of the Demon City Malpheus to your games.
Nice.
Yeah, because if it wasn't obvious enough that that of the many things that you took inspiration from, Exalted was one of them.
Oh man, the promise of Exalted was so beautiful, but the reality of Exalted was so terrible.
Well, even though it got out of hand, I enjoyed second edition, and one of these days I will do a musing on why I didn't do a review of third edition.
I did. I tore that thing to shreds on my blog, so I was not happy.
Well, I was asked to cover Exalted, and there was the implication that I was asked to cover third edition. However, right around that time, there was that massive expose on Onyx Path's ability to pay their freelancers, as well as some other thing. Onyx Path seems to have a very stellar track record at getting themselves in trouble by their own hand.
Yeah, I can't speak for their business practice. I can really only speak for the people I've interacted with from them, including John Merck and Holden Shearer, the guys who actually made EX3. They've both been absolutely awesome to me. I only have like a parasocial relationship with them, but on Twitter, when I talk to them directly, they're super cool guys. And then, of course, the games themselves, I have a lot of trouble with, as you know.
Well, the angle when I do tackle Exalted Third Edition in detail, the angle that I'm going to focus on has a large amount to do with presentation, and that it felt like one of the big appeals to me was how unabashedly anime Exalted was, and Third Edition felt like it was leaning more into D&D art than...
It does feel very 5th edition, doesn't it?
It very much does. I won't pin this on 3rd edition specifically, because I could make just as much of an argument for any edition. I don't do edition wars. Edition wars are cringe, and well, I already made that video giving one giant middle finger to the OSR movement / identity, as well as BroSR. Nothing against some of the OSR games that I've covered, but the idea of it being an identity / movement I find cringe. But it had more to do with the fact that it felt like that Exalted 3rd Edition was trying to take itself seriously, is the best way for me to describe my issue. Like, 2nd edition, there was that running gag of things like, and I'll form the head in the GM section, and doing those little manga interludes in between chapters of the various books, some of which tied into each other. Especially...
Yeah, those were a lot of fun. I really liked that art, which, by the way, it served as an inspiration for Kazuki, the guy who does the majority of the art in my game, too. Yeah. So it's good stuff, and they just abandoned it in 3rd edition for whatever reason.
Maybe it was... I've seen some say that Udon was commanding a much higher price tag because of how the Street Fighter stuff they were doing blew up. I don't... But if that's the case, why didn't they go to Imaginary Friends like they did for 1st edition? And 2nd.
There's tons of artists who wanted to work on 2nd, and they're on 3rd. I mean, and like, there's a lot that are of returning artists in the core book, but they just don't really. I don't know if the price tag was higher or what was going on with that, but like, there's barely any art from them, and it really messes with the direction.
There was also one comment that someone at I believe Rich had stated this, that seemed to be a masterclass in missing the point. Because there was a controversy regarding the fact that a lot of the Realm script was taken out of 3rd edition.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, it's like the one thing he worked on, right?
Really butthurt about the fact that people were calling that out. And one of the other things that got taken out was Magitech. You know, Magitech was all over the place. One of the big angles with Exalted 2nd edition is rediscovering old artifice from the 2nd Age. Or not the 2nd Age, from the 1st Age.
The 1st Age, yeah. Yeah, and John Merck went on record saying that he was really upset with Magitech conceptually, because it was basically just ripped off from Final Fantasy VI. But, I mean... And, yeah, like, I've got a guy suplexing a train in the core book. Like, hey! Final Fantasy VI is awesome.
Like, hey! Huh, that
Funny
reminds me of something that just recently happened.
Funny you should mention that.
Yeah.
But and this is where I felt that the quote comes in. He had said, in response to the Magitech question, Exalted is wuxia and mythology, which there are layers to why this is a bad response.
The first one being that wuxia is such a wide and broad spectrum, and also that's so reductionist.
Well, it tries to slot wuxia, which, as I've discussed with Brendan Davis, the author of Righteous Blood, Ruthless Blades, One Hero Brigade, etc., you can't, like, it's almost like trying to slot action movie in one tiny little thing and saying only Die Hard is an action movie and nothing else is an action movie. It's like, nah, dude, it's just too big for that.
You know
No,
how
everyone knows Die Hard's a Christmas movie.
You know how
Well
how
put.
I've gotten triggered when people refer to animation as a genre? It's in the same principle there.
Yeah, that's a really good example. Animation is not a genre. Animation is a medium, people.
Yeah.
Yep.
And when it comes by reducing the analogy that I used at the time when that quote made the rounds was it is the equivalent of saying that Doctor Who is just a children's show.
Yeah, again, it's not just reductionist, it's straight up inaccurate. You know, you can't just say everything I don't want to be true about this incredibly huge property or medium or whatever. I'm just going to ignore it. Like, that's not making a point. That's just being dumb.
The best campaign settings throughout the tabletop realm, whether it be fantasy, whether it be science fiction, and not just in tabletop, but just in general, are the ones where there is a wide variety, if almost universal variety of stories you can tell. I remember Casey Hudson of Mass Effect fame talking about how they had built things like the Citadel and the like to theoretically tell any kind of story they wanted to tell. And in that same vein, in something like Exalted, if you want to tell political intrigue, you can do that with the Blessed Isle. If you want to tell stories of the thieves on the back foot, you've got Chiaroscuro to tell that. If you want to tell some more Nordic survival stories, there's everything in the north. You want to tell stories in the jungle, you've got the east. You want to tell pirate stories, you've got the west. If you want to tell a fucking Voltron story, you have that with the fact that there are artifact mechs all over the damn place.
You want to tell a story about the Borg, but do it in magic. You've got all of Autocathon.
Mm-hmm.
I have heard so many ways of saying that name, dude.
It's Chthon, meaning underground from Greek, and then Auto, so Autocathon.
The pronunciation guides in the book are autothon without the CH sound. And I know that's wrong.
Yeah, which makes them immediately wrong because both of those things are Greek.
And there's so much of a Greek myth emphasis with Exalted.
Well, I mean, specifically, he's Hephaestus, you know?
Yeah. Hephaestus, also known as Vulcanus, also known as the guy too ugly to marry anyone, so Zeus forced Aphrodite to marry him. And it's all Hera's fault because she threw him out of Olympus, and that's why he got crippled and ugly in the first place.
Yeah.
He basically it's like equal amounts of Hephaestus and Cybertron from Transformers, and you've got him.
Oh, yeah.
But the point is that the setting of Exalted is one where you can do where just about any story is any kind of story is theoretically on the table. Even the more outward ones. Exalted is definitely weaponized mythology, but to say that that's all that it is a masterclass in missing the point.
Well, I mean, it's so clear that they drew tons of their inspiration from the same thing I did, which is like trashy 90s anime, and they just wanted to divorce themselves from it, you know? They were embarrassed by that. Bad luck,
the
guys.
attempt to divorce itself from the manga influence, and I can't even say trashy 90s anime, because just in the recommended lists back in second edition, you had some more obvious stuff like Inuyasha, because Inuyasha was still big at the time, but you also had some more under the radar stuff like RG Veda.
Ah. That's a deep cut.
Yeah, it definitely is. And even making an argument for invoking the Bible in it. Yes, it did. I know some of you are like, it didn't do that. Yes, it did.
Absolutely did, yes. And I know that because now that I'm doing my version of the Yozis, I'm realizing how much they dipped into the Old Testament for the powers that they gave their primordial gods.
Yeah. And of course, and I'm not. And again, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. But just to demonstrate my point, these are the suggested resources from the core book of second edition. Tales from the Flat Earth by Tanith Lee. Specifically Knight's Master, Death's Master, and Delusion's Master.
I'm going to double down on recommending Knight's Master. That's one of the weirdest, sexiest, coolest ass fantasy books I ever read.
Hawkmoon.
Hawkmoon!
Which they
It's his battle
specifically
cry, it's his
cited when it
name.
comes to
Like he's Space Ghost. It's
when
great.
it comes to Magitech. The complete Pagana.
Yep, I'm actually rereading Lord Dunsany's Gods of Pagana right now, as a matter of fact.
I already mentioned the Bible, the Iliad and the Odyssey,
Of course.
Journey to the West.
Absolute banger.
I mean, you on this channel, on the main YouTube, everything. Too many people have heard me talk about the magnificence that is the Journey to the West, and the one version of the book that I feel like I fever dreamed into existence that had the Buddhist koans and mantras in there as part of the chapter breaks that I wish I could find, but it's like it doesn't exist.
It's
Journey
your
to the
personal
West is good.
Your personal Mandela effect.
It
Yes.
might be like the Diamond Sutra in that like one part of it will forever be lost and only exist in your memories.
The Diamond Sutra.
I-
God damn it.
I already mentioned.
Did we just hear Zan get banned in some way?
No, the Diamond Sutra is it's a reference to some not only to something that's actually real that is incomplete, but also is a big like super technique or super cultivation in cultivation novels. So it's Joel being punny.
Yeah, but I already mentioned Inuyasha. Also Ragnarok, as in the manhwa, that would be the inspiration, quote unquote, for Ragnarok Online. I already mentioned RG Veda, Ninja Scroll, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon,
Fucking Ninja Scroll, yeah, man.
Kung Fu Hustle.
Love Kung Fu Hustle.
It's great.
I need to see that.
It's so good.
You do, agreed. Yeah, go watch it.
I would, but it's like I'm going back to school full time.
Yeah. Dynasty Warriors, specifically Dynasty Warriors 5, was brought up, as well as Jade Empire and Thief Deadly Shadows.
Cress asks us, "How goes the day, Mildra?"
It is a case of technical difficulties and shenanigans.
We'll get to the game eventually.
There's a game.
Eventually.
I think they're still trying to give me time to finish up what I'm working on.
Yeah, that was
And
the plan.
I am almost done. I'm on the last little bit of the social media reel that I need to do. Joel, you sent me a link for the storefront. Do you have a smaller link than that by chance? Because I can't get that to fit into my bar.
like a tiny URL or a
Yeah.
bit.ly link.
All right, let me try this one.
Yeah, I can cut off some of it with that. It's just the drive-through RPG link. I've also got a link up on there should be one on Big Geek Emporium. And I've also got an itch page that also have the PDFs. I need to get the physical copy on Big Geek Emporium because I think they have a better percentage than DTRPG. And I like their audience a lot too. Not everyone can cultivate the Big Geek Emporium audience, but I feel like this kind of thing is raw enough that they'll like it there.
As a side note, I'd like to read my favorite review of Lone Wolf Fists that's on DTR.
Yeah, let's hear it.
It's the review by one Shalupon. Convinced my party to play a one-shot of Lone Wolf Fists, which is the usual try to collect your party from vastly different time zones situation. One of my pals did a DDT on a yokai, and this game gave me a reason to blast Ashura's Wrath OST. Feels like a Hokuto no Ken with a pinch of Exalted. At least Lone Wolf Fists is playable, unlike Exalted. Here are some points for future buyers. Game features Theater of the Mind combat, or Tactical Infinity as the rulebook calls it. Pretty easy to get into. Plenty of customization options for characters. You have your archetypes, techniques, styles, and clans. You can suplex a building-sized yokai, enough said. Rules are pretty much better and streamlined version of Legends of the Woolen rules. Overall, I liked it. Author is a cool dude. Be sure to hop into his Discord server. I hope this helps sometime.
I have the best audience on planet Earth. Like, seriously, every single person that comes into the Fistiverse has been amazing so far. I think I've had to ban exactly one dude who was clearly trolling, and I'm willing to bet he just changed his name and came back in and behaved himself.
Could be.
Mm-hmm.
I just like the fact that people have the same enthusiasm for suplexing things to death that I do.
Man, we suplexed a yokai into the underworld in the last game I ran on Discord. So y'all better up your game.
Okay, Zan.
So when we finished the Emberwind campaign 2 weeks ago, the final battle was against like a 30-meter tall war mech, and my character suplexed him into a meteor falling into the sky and then back into the ground. Get on my level.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. God damn, that's great. I'm not even mad. That's amazing.
And the character was an XP of Sabin Figaro. Backwards named Nebus Orgif and all.
Chad move.
I did it specifically. You know what, Joel? You're right. It is a Chad move to bane the monk so obvious.
Yeah. And the thing was, until we had session 0, the only two people who knew about was the player and then the artist, and they were giggling like little schoolgirls the entire time.
By the way, hi Joel, I'm the artist.
Yeah, Lady K was completely 100% on board with me making an FF6 character XP to bane the monk. And just so you know, Joel, any character class that I would have picked in Emberwind, out of the 9 that exist, and then the 10th was actually the homebrew that Monk and I made that I played, I had an FF6 character thought up for. Every one of them. No matter which character class I had picked, there would have been an FF6 character in that game.
I think that speaks to just how amazing FF6 really was in terms of like character design. And they were like, the Exalted guys were ashamed of being inspired by that. It's like, no, dude, steal from FF6. You almost can't steal from better.
Well, for me, it's not even about them stealing from FF6 per se, but more the fact that the best kind of games that are around are gonna be ones that very much not only wear their influence on their sleeve, but enjoy wearing that influence on their sleeve.
It is a badge of honor.
They revel in stealing from the best.
Hey, there's no better sign of compliment.
How many times, John? Okay.
Yes?
How many times have we seen a wrestler blatantly referencing something in culture, and especially something video game related.
Kenny Omega, what?
I was going to say a lot of the stylized one-off like special event matches that Kenny Omega's in.
Brian Cage, anybody? Streets of Cage?
Yep.
Austin Creed.
And if I have to use something that isn't video game related, consider the majority of the special outfits that Chris Statlander has had since she came back.
Yeah.
Or another one, while she was with AEW, Jade Cargill with every pay-per-view match she had.
Yeah, and I'm just using that as one example of this kind of thing. Like something, there's been a bit of a controversy most recently because the current developers of Legend of the Five Rings decided to pull a stupid and say that they're getting rid of the name Shugenja for the same reason that Wizards of the Coast wanted to get rid of the name Witch. The whole we don't want to reference real world religions and shit. And to that,
I say fuck you to that.
To that I had said one, I can't think of it. I can't think of any actual real world witches who are having that problem. Any Wicca practitioners who are actually having that problem. And two, you've still used the word cleric and monk and priest. Bit of a hypocrisy, if you ask me.
Well, I would also like to point out that Shugenja as a religion, or Shugendo, I should say, as a religion, is basically dead.
Yeah, apparently they were on some podcast called Asians Represent that was talking about this kind of thing, and it just felt like another case of why I will not hire that sort of reader, shall I say, for any creative endeavor.
I've never. Every time I've had a sensitivity reader pitched to me, they always want to cut things out from the game. I don't need anything cut beyond basic editing, though. Like, who are we sensitivity reading for here? Not my audience.
Was there any specific thing that one of them asked to cut from Lone Wolf Fist, and you told them no?
No, because I've never gotten past the pitch phase, and the pitch is always let me be a creative consultant for you. And then I look at their body of work, and it's stuff that just wouldn't appeal to my audience. So it's like, no, thank you. You're not going to add any value to this. You're just going to cut things off. When
it's
I
a
see
racket.
their work, it is. It has. I don't know that it's a racket necessarily, but like they're not adding any value for me. Why would I pay them to make a worse version of my product that doesn't appeal to my core audience? There's no point to that.
Well, that's why I call it a racket.
It's just a bad pitch. It's poor business. Like if you artists add, Kay can probably vouch for that. Editors cut things out and they make what's left better. My editor's amazing. If I had a layout guy, that would really add a lot. My graphic designer adds a lot. Those are things that make the product punch. It's better. But like, and a technical editor will do that too. But like a sensitivity reader is a censor. No one pays for censorship.
And for me personally, when it comes to L5R wanting to get rid of Shugenja, it reminds me of when I've talked about various games wanting to get rid of the word race and replace it with ancestry or species or lineage or something like that.
Demi-human. You can replace it with demi-human. There you go.
Oh, the only one that I ever went with was Metatype in Shadowrun, because all of the different quote unquote races are still technically branches of human, hence the term meta-humanity.
Yeah, I can see that.
Well, they're literally mutations caused by the return of magic. That's been established for decades. But the point that I've always gone at is you're not going to be able to magically have a lefty catch right-handed. Shut up, Zan.
Ambidexterity for the win.
And L5R has been around for over 30 years. And the primary magic archetype has been Shugenja. That has been the name. And it has been very much explained that Shugenja are not mages in the traditional sense. This has been established for decades.
Yeah, they're kind of like Shintoist priests, aren't they?
Well,
A little bit of that, a little bit of Taoist priests. The thing is that a lot of people have this perception that Rokugan is somehow supposed to be analogous to medieval Japan. That certainly is an element of inspiration, but Rokugan is not Japan circa the Sengoku era, or the Muromachi era, or the Heian era, or even or any time even before that.
Well, and it's a giant landlocked China-like landmass. Like it's in no way analogous to Japan in almost any way. It's got like some like there's a few things like the language, I guess, and some of the culture, but like for the most part, like
Rokugan is a fusion of Eastern Asian elements in general, which is why it's not really analogous to any of the Eastern Asian countries. It's uses parts of Japan, parts of Korea, parts of China, etc. as inspiration, but it's still very much its own thing.
Right, in the same way that like Greyhawk uses a pastiche of medieval European nations as inspiration, but it's not analogous to any of them. It's primarily English, I would say. Just like I would say like the primary cultural influence on Rokugan is probably Japan, but like what so? Like we have Greyhawk and Rokugan. They can both exist. What's the issue?
And the thing in that same vein, let's look at Middle Earth, which has a lot of elements from across Eastern Europe, and especially the British Isles. But no one is going to claim that it is analogous to the historical British Isles. There is no Middle Earth equivalent of the Great Heathen Army, or the numerous occupations that have existed throughout British history.
Right, and if you take British history and you say, well, in actual England they did this and this and that, when you're referring to Middle Earth, you sound like a crazy person.
And if I have to use a more modern example, let's consider the relationship that in Dragon Age that Ferelden has with Orlais. It's very much established that it is somewhat analogous to the French occupation of Britain.
I was going to say it's analogous. It's supposed to be analogous to the 100 Years' War.
Yeah. However, that's only the starting point, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. With the Gaia setting that I ended up writing as a case in point for FF Legend, there's a bunch of stuff that we drew from, but a lot of the cultures are just a one-to-one. I'm not trying to do a authentic recreation of a given culture in a fantasy setting is ultimately pointless because the audience for that is going to be limited.
Well, there's diminishing returns on how much you can bring in real world historical and cultural knowledge into a fantasy universe. It's more fun to learn the fantasy universe's rules. That's true if you're doing like an Alice in Wonderland style thing, or like one of my favorites, Yoon Suin, doesn't have any real world analog really. It's clearly inspired by some Eastern and Middle Eastern cultures, but like it's its own thing, and it's fun as a player to learn about the unique and weird elements of the setting. Same thing with Carcosa whenever you go there, and it's the same thing with Rokugan. Sure, if you know about Japan and you can nerd out about it, there's a level you can enjoy it on, but like it's also just fun to play in Rokugan. You don't have to know anything about actual Japan to enjoy that. That's what it's designed for. It's a game.
ultimately, the whole thing about abandoning Shugenja because they don't want to uh, refer to a real world religion, while also just completely ass backwards when they still have references to Eastern or to Western religions. Shugendo, as a religion, like I said, as it was when it was originally formed, is basically dead. What could be called Shugendo today is basically just what Shintoism is. Primarily Shinto with a mix of some Buddhist stuff. Because Buddhist deities like Fudo Myowo, or Akala the Immovable in Sanskrit, are big in Shinto now, these days, because of the gradual adoption of many Buddhist things into Shintoism, which is why a lot of people just call it Shinto Buddhism in places everywhere these days. The oldest stuff that was part of Shugendo, which was essentially the folk religions that were different from place to place when Japan was much less connected, are still practiced in most of those places, but they're no longer centralized into the main religion that was what Shugendo used to be. So you could say, if you're taking the modern version of Shugendo, which is just basically Shintoism with the Buddhist influences integrated fully, you could say that that's Shugendo, even though it's basically Shintoism. But the original version is essentially dead. So they wouldn't be offending anyone. The Japanese wouldn't give a fuck, for one.
Japan is like the most playful when it comes to culture. Play any Final Fantasy game. There's cultures all over the place in that one. Like, where else can Gilgamesh and Odin punch a dragon in the balls?
I'll put it
Punch
this way.
Tiamat at that.
I will put it this way. And this is coming from Japanese people that I've either watched excessively or spoken to. I have a few Japanese pen pals. The Japanese see their own culture as boring. They find their own culture and society to be, not really exciting. They see it as boring or mundane. So anytime anyone that isn't Japanese does the remotest nice thing about their culture, they're happy about it. They're excited about it. In fact, the people that in the West say, if you fucking weeb too all the time, are people that in Japan are, oh, you like anime? That's cool. The Japanese will think that you liking anime is a good thing because you're liking a part of their culture. So when someone is using Shugenja in their game, I'm sure that if the Japanese heard about that, they'd be like, oh, cool, they're using a piece of our culture, rather than, the fuck are you doing with our culture? It boggles the mind that they think that there needs to be this march for sensitivity when the culture in question is like, no, use it because that means you like it. Thanks.
There's there's a common sign of that, like, going on in, I would say, everything, which is annoying.
The coda that I will say when it comes to it is, the more that you focus on the quote-unquote right way to do something, the less you will actually accomplish. When the whole Shugenja thing came about, one of the things I had said at the time, and I will maintain, is that by hyperfixating on what you're supposed to do, you'll end up with less and less actual product to show for it, because you're so focused on not doing the wrong thing, or at least the perceived wrong thing.
I just don't have any interest in catering to people who want to be offended about something like, I like ninjas. Oh, you like ninjas, do you? I guess that means you're a racist. Like, what?
It's not.
The problem is not with the
limited to
person who's
just that.
enthusiastic about ninjas. Well, I mean, that's the thing. People are terrified of being culturally insensitive in the United States, which, okay, fine. You know, it's fine to be sensitive to people's cultures. What's not fine is to cater to the hypersensitive about that, people that are looking to have issues. I have no interest in that. You know,
So this is not just an issue of the hypersensitive, because I've seen people even in my server talk about how they're hemming and hawing about for a given TTRPG idea, but they're trying to figure out what the right mechanic is to use. And I've gotten on them like, you're focusing on the wrong things. Like, the more that you instead of hemming about what the right mechanic is, just fucking make it. And then figure that out as you go.
Well, that's the thing. As a designer, there's two things you should be concerned with. The table experience, i.e., are people having fun interacting with the rules as you're making them? And the consequences of your design. In other words, like, when you make something, is it making what you want to have happen at the table happen? Or is it doing something else? If you can focus on those two things, the resolution mechanism is almost an afterthought. Like, rolling a 20-sided die has worked for almost every system that's ever been made, and the most popular system. You don't have to reinvent that wheel. The same thing with the way, like, scenes are structured in a game. We have a way of doing that. It's been around since time out of mind. Since before RPGs existed, we've had ways of working from scene to scene. You know, like whodunits and things like that have done it. So, like, you don't have to worry about those things. You can take what already exists and just make your game happen on top of those.
But I do apologize for the fact that we spent an hour.
No, this is on me.
filibustering.
This is on me, and I admit it. I am almost done, I promise.
At least some of it's on my Meteor mic. This thing is gorgeous, but also causes a lot of issues. So.
And
Yeah.
from what I read on the side while we were troubleshooting, has been causing problems for 10 years. There are Reddit posts about it causing the same exact issue 10 years ago.
That scans. I got this thing for cheap, so I'm assuming that's why.
Yeah.
At the time, $75 at the time was a ton of money for me. Now $75 is something I can absorb, so I feel like I should probably retire this and get a better setup.
Yeah.
I mean,
If-
even at $75, isn't the Blue Yeti like in the $70-$80 range?
Well,
It's
now
over
it
100,
is.
I think.
Even still, I can take that hit. I'd save up for a little bit and get that bad boy. Don't eat out for a few days in a row, you know.
Yeah, just prepare at home.
The benefit of getting older and better with finances.
But I've seen, and I remember that you had gotten on some people as well for this, Zan, where people were talking about a given project, but they were focusing on things that wouldn't actually allow them to progress.
My point to anyone who's like, hey, what about X thing? I'm like, X thing is a piece. It isn't the core. You need to define the core before you can build off of it. You need a foundation in order for the rest of the game to go. Whether your core conceit is X or Y or Z, then you can take this piece that you're like, hey, what about this piece? And compare it and see if it works. If it works best for your game, go for it.
You know, that's like almost the perfect segue into talking about the core mechanics of my game for you guys. So I'm going to let you wrap up. I'm going to let you cook, and then I think we should start delving into it.
All right. So the big thing is that, and this was especially clear to Monk and I as we started the Final Fantasy Legend Edition project, that you need to have defined what you want the game to be. You can't go off saying, well, I want these dice in it. What What if you choose a core concept and dice doesn't even fit what you want to achieve? What if cards are better? What then? Or what if you know, you make a system based off of rock paper scissors, for fuck's sake? There's the focusing on whatever your randomization engine, for lack of a better term, is going to be, is putting the cart before the horse. You need to define the game itself, what it's trying to achieve, and how it's trying to achieve it before you then put in the engines that run those processes. And this is, you may now be asking, why does it sound like he's talking like an engineer? Because I'm a fucking network engineer. Because I've also done programming. This is 101 for creating any project. You have to define the parameters before you can create the processes. And so,
you got to have a plan first. You got to know where you want to go before you even start.
Absolutely. And so you have to understand your core concept. For us, our core concept was the 3 pillars as explained in our opening chapter. Customization, mythos, not a specific game, so that we can grasp the soul of Final Fantasy, and a very distinct act structure that allows for progression in a logical fashion that also has fun for every step. These 3 things came together, and then we just started either pulling systems from other places, especially Legend, the hack that is based off of 3 and 3.5 that introduces the track system for customization, because we definitely wanted the customization to be high, but as well as many other games. We've you know, Monk and I always say it, if you're gonna steal from the best. That's exactly what we did. We took bits and pieces here and there of things we really liked that we knew would work in system, and then once we had that piece, we could then shift that piece around, change the edges in some of the details, still keeping most of the core so that it fits in the system. That's exactly what we did with Final Fantasy Legend Edition. And you could call me being extremely biased and not objective at all, but I think that we've got a very solid game on our hands because of it. And once I'm done with the final copy edit runs on everything, more people could see it and agree with me later.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will say from what I've seen, I really do like it. And the benefit, as you're describing, of knowing where you're going is you can always correct to that as you design. Otherwise, you wind up correcting your design to your most recent design or whatever you happen to remember, and it becomes a mess very quickly. If you have that core conceit, you always have that North Star directing your design. Everything winds up aligning under it. If you don't, it's just a mess.
There's a reason I've used the analogy, all roads lead to Rome.
Yeah, everything should lead back to the core mechanics.
Because in the early days, coming off of the wargaming scene, a lot of RPGs had a collection of subsystems and how they worked. You know, and those subsystems were divorced from each other. You know, the combat matrix was not using the same dice or setup as skills, which weren't using the same setup as damage and so on. And I know somebody's going, "What about Thaco? That's part of the combat matrix." And as things went on, you started to have this concept of a single particular resolution setup, and a lot of modifiers built around it, or a lot of context built around it. A video game example of this concept is the 30 seconds of fun that a certain developer at Bungie had said during the development of Halo 2. Even if that quote has taken on a life of its own that he didn't intend, because the intent was a loop that can be repeated through context. And if you look at Combat Evolved, you start out on the pillar. I know I've talked about this before. You start out on the Pillar of Autumn with very confined firefights. Then you open up on Halo. Then you start introducing vehicles. Then you start introducing more advanced enemies like hunters. it's still that same 30-second loop. You're just changing the context constantly over different 30-second spans. Some of them more memorable than others. Looking at you, library. You know what you did.
All right. I am sorry it took so long, but I am finally ready to go.
All right, no worries. And I had finished my particular point when it comes to that core idea, and I know I brought it up with you when it came to the all roads lead to Rome thing, Joel, and I've brought it up on the temple several times. This idea of this core conceit that everything is built around.
It's a good way to get all the players thinking in the same direction. I mean, the rules are a wonderful shared language between designer, game master, and player. And when you have that kind of centralized mechanic right at the core of it, everyone kind of knows what the basic syntax of interacting with the game is. That's very, very useful in good design, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. But now that everything's on the same page, I think we should get started. So I think the best place to start cooking would be in giving the gist of the dice system, which obviously we are not using Roll20 for this, because the way Roll20 handles dice would actually create a problem.
Yeah, let's just use the good old honor system. And do we have a dice roller on here? Or are we rolling physical dice? I'm fine with either.
We have a dice roller in the Discord.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, outstanding. All right, so we'll just use that. I've got my actual D10s in front of me too, in case I need a reminder. But yeah, let me get you the idea of the basic system. So the system it's a pool of D10s as the central core of your action. Like, instead of rolling a D20 for your action like you do in like a D&D game or a D&D-esque game, you roll a pool of D10s and you match them into sets. Anything that has the same number on top is said to have the same facing. You match them all together, and that forms the basis of your action economy. Everything that's in a set is an action, basically. And the more dice in that set, the more powerful the action. So, like, let's say you roll 4 dice, you get 3 7s and a 2. The 3 7s will all group together. The number of dice in the set, 3 in this case, is the tens column, and the facing of the die is the ones column. So 3 7s is 37. The other one, the 2, would be a single 2 or a 12. So the 1 die is the 10. The number on the top is the ones. So the more dice you have in a set, the higher ranked the set is, the more powerful it is, and you can use sets for multiple things. Generally, you will use them to attack, to defend against attacks, or to perform an action with one of your 7 skills. The only other real thing you need to worry about with the skills is that there are 7 of them: power, endurance, agility, heart, intellect, and spirit, and senses. Yeah, senses
Yes.
is the other one. I was doing it off the top of my head. I think I got them all. Each one of those is ranked on an effect chart. Same thing with Marvel superheroes or face strip. You guys might be familiar with that. The higher the rank the set, the higher you are on that effect chart, and the more stuff you can therefore do. For example, if you get a puny rank 1 power, you can still deadlift up to 500 pounds. Pretty cool. But if you get a rank 7 power, you can deadlift 2 tons. So higher ranked sets are better. When it comes to your magic kung fu, everybody has a list of techniques they can use. Those are powered by your prana, i.e. your magical go-go juice. Essence, if you're familiar with Exalted, those come from your chakra, of which you have 7. You start out with a very small pool, but when you get into combat, you prana flare, you go Goku, and your energy comes out. This is, pretty common anime thing. And you get more prana coming in every single round. You use those to pay for your techniques. Those have an effect: attack, defense, and sometimes just a magical effect. You can do water bending or fire bending with different characters. They also allow you to effectively buy additional actions or increase the rank of an action. We'll get into the details of how that works, but it's exactly the same thing as rolling the dice. You're just buying them in this case. So that's the core of how the game works. It's all about rolling those D10s, mashing them, and getting sets.
If any of you have played Yahtzee, then half the work is done.
Yeah, I was saying, when you were explaining it earlier, I got that vibe.
Oops.
The only other thing I'd like to mention there, Joel, is that the focus. That's an important part of rolling your sets.
Yeah, there's lots of fun little things that you can do in addition to just rolling the dice. Your focus slots allow you to save dice between rolls. Generally, you'll roll, and for the whole round, that's your pool of actions and dice. And then at the end of the round, you'll sweep them all away, and you'll roll again next round. Well, you can save your favorite dice in your focus slots. Each slot can either hold a single die, or it can also hold an action. So if you're like holding your breath, or you're grabbing someone, or if you're using your psychic mind powers to pick up a tank, you can actually take that entire action and put it into a single focus slot, no matter what the rank is. So that can be very, very useful. So focus slots are really cool.
I've always described it and similar things like River as banking it.
Yep, it's bank.
Sometimes you use that to boost to boost a effect you want to use later. Sometimes you use it just straight out as its own effect. But you are essentially banking something you're not using now but might come in handy later.
That's a great description. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, there's a couple more wrinkles to the way the rules work, but we'll get into them as they come up. Most of them are pretty intuitive. Like, you've got health boxes too, but like, I'm pretty sure you guys know how hit points work. You know, it's not going to be too big of a learning curve there.
Mm-hmm. But like I said, we are using pre-gens, so I would before we get into the meat of things. As one final bit of housekeeping, I'd like to have us go into each pregen that we're using to represent a feel, and I'm gonna be using the, instead of using the list on the VC, because that'd be a bunch of jumping. I'm instead going to use the list as I have at the top of the one-shot chat within the server, which means I'm starting and that involves me playing as Desert Sage of the Golden Lions clan, who basically are paladins in the good and bad sense.
At least we won't have lawful stupid.
They are the self-appointed good guys of the wasteland, of the world of ashes and ghosts. It's just that because of their attitudes, some people see them as assholes or tyrants, which they can be. It's a varied kind of situation.
Yes, that's true. Also, I'd like to point out that they are self-appointed. They really did put themselves in charge of being the good guys, but because they decided to do that, the universe is like, okay, well, it's got to be somebody's job. So the universe does agree with them. Their attacks are holy. They have magical effects that banish demons and do all kinds of other shiny golden hero stuff. So they are assholes generally, but they also do the job that needs to get done to fight evil, and it's definitely an age in which that is a very welcome skill.
Yeah.
So, do you want me to kind of like do like a little Q&A about these guys and their powers? Do you want me just to give you a quick intro? What do you want me to do with these 7 guys? I think we have like everybody, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
We do. And I'm going down the list that I had written early on. So next is Hero, who is played by Rick.
Hello.
Hi, Rick. Good to meet you.
Yeah. It's nice to meet you. So in fact, we had Zan and Monk mainly talking. Yeah. I am hero, the last of his kind. Archetype, he is enlightened, and he's from the 5-star Spirits clan. And he's last of his kind. His clan was wiped out by Shadow Vipers, and he now travels for revenge, looking for the one that killed his master. Who happens, and the one who killed him is one of the 3 warlords.
Oh yeah, and these guys are very much kin from Fist of the North Star. So you are the last of your kind, the only one who has the most powerful version of martial arts, basically ever.
Kenshiro.
I literally saw. I was like, I'm Kenshiro.
You're Kenshiro. You're on a quest for vengeance. One of the 3 warlords that was necessary to kill your master is Flesh-Eating Sage, the big bad guy of this one. So whenever the rest of this crew rolled up and they were like, hey, you're great at punching, do you want to come help us deliver this mysterious package? You were like, can I murder that motherfucker? And they answered yes, so that's why you're here.
Zan is playing Spiteful Prince.
Yes.
Hooray, almost always one of the first ones chosen. Spiteful Prince is a very popular character.
I literally chose him for the picture. I hadn't looked at any of the pre-gens or anything before this, so I was just like, I want to play that guy. Spiteful Prince is a member of the clan of the Silver Phoenix, who are a bunch of psychics that do their best to keep themselves shrouded in mystery. So everybody kind of thinks of them as a myth. They are a bit of an idealistic clan that think of themselves as custodians of the lost philosophies that are now basically solely in their possession in this wasted world. And they're also, because they're psychics, they are guided by at least some predestination, some precognition, and they try to interfere from the shadows in certain ways. Spiteful Prince specifically, he thinks he's destined to rule everything, and is trying to find the path to immortality. That's his thing. He's looking for the secret of Two Souls Bow, who is rumored to have who to discover the path of immortality, or created a path there. I haven't quite decided what voice I'm going to use for him yet. I might choose one that's also going to wreck my vocal cords for a few days. That might be cool.
Oh man, the game's so intense it physically injures you to play it. I love it.
Coops is playing Nameless.
Yo.
Yeah, so Nameless is one of the strong hero archetypes. You're quite a bruiser. You're a very, very big dude. You're also one of the Brotherhood of Freaks, mutants who live in the tunnels below the world, a network of interconnected underground places that are in various states of ruin and decay and incredibly dangerous. Generally, what you guys do is you venture out into the surface world to get much-needed resources for your communities, and you're basically folk heroes among the mutants and freaks that live down there. Your martial art is handed down from someone who ate a toxic god and got their powers. So, yeah, it's pretty hardcore. You're an interesting mix of injured and monstrous, but also like truly heroic in a way that's very broadly appealing to people once they can get over your more unsettling appearance and your cultural proclivity towards cannibalism. Hey, it's just practical, meat's meat.
Yeah.
And let's see, John, by process of elimination, has picked Nuke the Radioactive Woman.
Yeah, that's who I got.
Mm-hmm.
You ever a tank girl? You're that plus any of your favorite firebenders from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Interesting.
Tank girl plus a firebender. That is an
That's
evocative.
dangerous.
That is an evocative image.
That is fucking dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
That's why
'cause
she made the cover, man.
That's why I'm suddenly seeing Azula as Tank Girl, and that's terrifying.
Just Azula, but less subtle about it. Actually, I just realized something. It is the fusion dance between Azula and Jinx.
Well, John, this will be the first time anyone's ever told you to shoot faster.
Oh. But
For the record, Joel, that's my husband, by the way.
Yeah.
So he just consistently has good taste in women, then.
Oh,
Well, thank you.
that was a double-fisted kowtow there.
I do everything with 2 fists, Zan. You know this.
That's why I called it a double-fisted kowtow.
Phrasing!
He knows what he said.
But Neff is going with Seven Sorrows Raven.
This is the only one left to him.
Yeah, I didn't even know about this until I was assigned the character. I'm like, oh shit.
Even though we pinged you like 6 times.
Yeah, well, you know, pinging me doesn't work if you don't DM me.
I did.
And apparently, I'm from the Shadow Vipers clan. I'm a sorceress and an outcast. I fight for arcane treasures to increase powers, and I also want to take out Flesh-Eating Sage because he humiliated me.
Yeah, the rivals aren't the Shadow Vipers aren't the most unified of clans. They're a bunch of eclectic, self-interested, evil sorcerers. So they sometimes kill each other, and that's just totally fine.
It's just
Just
a bunch
me.
of just a bunch of Jafars facing each other then.
Yeah, kinda. Actually, I modeled a lot of their powers off of Rebi Ra from Demon City Shinjuku.
Okay.
So yeah, you can shoot pink lasers at people that eviscerate them and summon a devil sword. Enjoy.
Devil Sword.
Yeah, that devil sword's gonna come out, and things are gonna get real serious real quick.
Yeah, her, I love her design. I just kind of wish she had a little bit of a mohawk going on at the top.
Well, Nuke already has a mohawk, so that'd be double dipping.
Yeah, this is actually the
No!
older version of her done by which artist did this? Kimberly Clevin, I think, is the one who did the original one. I had her redesigned by an artist, and then eventually I had Kazuki do the redesign of her. If you actually look in the core book, there's a wonderful picture of her, and I think she wound up being completely bald. I think we went from this like soft undercut to just utterly bald. But this is the older art, and I wanted to make sure I used it somewhere, so it found its way into Blood from God's Eye.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the picture of her on the character sheet, where she kind of looks almost like a zombie.
Yeah, no, if you need really good character art, Kimberly Clevin, or Keystar, I think is her artist name, well worth the price. She did the original design for Nuke, she did the original design for Desert Sage. She does incredible character design work. If you can get her husband too, he did some of the action pieces in the game, including that fantastic piece at the beginning of the combat chapter with the 2 fighters locked in the deadly battle. So he also did the upgraded Desert Sage one for the character advancement chapter. So they're a husband-wife team of artists, and they are breathtakingly capable. I highly recommend all of my artists, but those 2, especially for character work or action, are just unparalleled.
Mm-hmm. And continuing on the list, the last is Lady K will be playing Stoneblade.
Hell yeah! You ever see Princess Mononoke?
Yes.
There you go.
I watched that movie like over 100 times during my adolescence, so yes. I
Your
also
Makuweedle weapon is called Meat Drinker.
Yeah, I
Use your
saw that
imagination.
on my character sheet, and I love it. I also get some really, really heavy Aloy vibes from her.
Yeah, no, that's a good comparison. I think I don't think I was into that's from Horizon Zero Dawn, right? It's where Aloy's
Yes.
from.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember
Aloy
seeing
is
her.
the main character for that series.
Yeah, I like her a lot. I like her character design. I like that she fights robot dinosaurs. Although
Oh
I
god,
feel a
it's
little
so
bit
much
bad
fun.
about killing Grimlock because he's my hero from childhood.
It's so much fun.
Um, Forbidden West notwithstanding,
Haven't finished the game yet. No spoilers.
I'm not going to spoil. I'm just going to say it's a jumping after a week or less situation. But
Yeah, and the techniques that you guys have there should be plain language techniques. I actually rewrote them for the module, so if you're not familiar with like a lot of the more crunchy bits of the rules, what it says on the tin, it does. If there's any nuance or detail that needs to get changed, I've got everything. I mean, I designed the game. I know how it works. But for the most part, you should just be able to use to pay your prana. What it says there under effect is exactly what the power does.
And to clarify, the numeric setup when it comes to prana is meant to be the cap and how much you generate per round.
No, I think that's functional versus awaken. You generate 3 for functional, and then when you prana flare, you start generating 6. For example, with Spiteful Prince.
Yeah, and prana can be a little bit complicated. I'll give you the quick crash course. You have 7 chakra. You only usually start with 1, or if you're an enlightened hero, you start with 2 that you have access to. That forms the base pool of your prana. You can use that to do your small magic tricks without really causing any notice. You can do them subtly. Think of it like your the smaller essence pool in Exalted. I forget what it's called.
Personal.
Yeah, personal. It's personal essence from Exalted, and it comes back very, very quickly. Basically, every action that completely refills. When you get into combat, and if you want to prana flare, and you go Goku on it, that's when your that's when your chakras start awakening. 2 things happen. First thing, instead of getting 3 back per round, you get 6 back a round. Your recovery jumps up, and that happens at the end of every single round. You just put 6 more in your pool, so the numbers get high fast.
And you can
also open up another chakra at the end of every round, 1 per round, which also gives you its prana. So end of round 1, if you started with 1, you get 6 from the first chakra, 6 from the second, a total of 12 prana back. You start the next round with 12 plus whatever other prana you had in your pool. So it goes up very, very, very fast. And then every round you'll do that again.
And if I remember correctly, prana's maximum is 100, so if you gain more than 100, the rest just fall off.
Yeah, so it's got a really high cap, but there is a cap. The most powerful techniques all require 100, and that's the absolute cap you can have in a single round. So you can basically get one of those off per round at the very, very most in ideal circumstances, and it's pretty rare even then.
Because even if you have all of the chakra open at that point, that means you've already gone through 7 combat rounds. And while that is, 42 prana per turn at that point.
It's kind of like Risk, where every time a turn goes by, that little guy goes up. So when you turn the cards in, you get even more reinforcements. There's an escalation as it goes up that gets really logarithmically huge.
Instead of an escalation die, it's just you're gonna get so powerful that the fight hasn't ended by then. It's going to sometime soon.
Yep. Yeah, you throw around those Kamehamehas one after the other at the end of a battle.
But that settles it when it comes to the characters. So Joel, since you're GMing, take us on a journey.
You got it, Monk. Okay, so the central conceit of this is you are all wandering heroes whose adventures have taken them in one another's paths on a few occasions. You've all banded together for an exceptionally lucrative mission. The Brotherhood of Freaks, through Nameless, has presented you with a mysterious package and told you to deliver it to the reclusive Twin Souls Baum. Her last known resting place is on a tiny peninsula at the bottom of Box Canyon Valley, which right now is unfortunately in the middle of a war. Shadow Viper Warlord, Flesh-Eating Sage, has been trying to conquer it from Luckless Schwan, the golden lion who is using it as a protectorate. It's a gold mine, and the scuttlebutt is he's going to use that gold to finance an incredibly nasty war pushing down into the Proud Lands, the Golden Lion territory, and expand his territory. So that's what's going on there. You guys have just ascended from the pitiless Breath of Heaven mountains in the north and have entered into Box Canyon Valley. It's a dust bowl down there of swirling sand, smog, weird multicolored lightning. You know the drill. In the very far distance, you can hear the explosions of tank rounds and automatic machine gun fire, but that's at least a day's off travel to the south. You can do what you like with this package, but you only get paid from the Brotherhood of Freaks once you deliver it to Twin Souls Bow and return with her mark to them. They're going to pay you a small fortune, which I'm sure you all have a reason for going and getting, but in addition to that, you all have a personal stake in what's going on here as detailed on your character sheets. Some of you want revenge against Flesh-Eating Sage, some of you want to go and speak with Twin Souls Bow, some of you just need a big old pile of money. Or you're nuke and you just came because it sounded like a good time. So,
I get to kick some ass, I'm good.
There will be plenty of ass to kick, I assure you. Okay, so the way Lone Wolf Fist works when it comes to prep is you just prep little areas with a small description and an event that kind of kicks things off. So the description of this one, this is Scrap Village, is the first place you come to after you descend from the mountain path. It's a little village of tin and adobe, greets you as you descend from the icy mountain trail. Its inhabitants, you notice, are more sunken-eyed and withdrawn than usual. You also see a group of soldierly sort of fellows, or as close to soldierly as you can get in the post-apocalypse. They've got automatic weapons, so basically they've got really good weaponry. They all look very kind of punkish and cityish, leather jackets, piercings, mohawks, that kind of thing. They also are all united by a loose uniform of a single red piece of clothing. Sometimes it's a scrap, sometimes it's a handkerchief, sometimes it's a shirt, but they all seem to have the same thing. They also all have tattoos, and the tattoos all have the same kind of demon ink signature that marks them as both proteges and properties of the Shadow Viper clan, so you know where they came from at least. It looks like these guys have taken over this little town and are holding its citizenry more or less completely in hostage. You don't count more than maybe 20 of these guys on the streets, all said and told, but they are pretty heavily armed. So that's what greets you as you wander down from the mountains. We have a lot of people here, so let's try to keep this as organized as possible. Mill, do you want to start us off with what your character decides to do when they first get to this tiny, overwhelmed village?
Monk?
Monk.
Yep.
Who's asking you? What do you want to do?
I think...
I'm gonna put you on the spot, buddy. It's your show.
Been such a long time since you've been a player, Monk.
Does he remember how?
Good question.
Fuck all of you.
Not till you buy me dinner!
Monk, you're a good guy, but I'm sorry, you're not my type.
Yeah, I don't think that way. I've got Lady K over here.
Besides, I thought you were a monk. I thought you practice celibacy.
Celibacy.
Anyway, I've already PayPal'd you the money for dinner, so whatever you want to do.
And in response to the I don't swing that way, hey, $20 is $20.
My response, Monk, we're two alike. Just go use your hand.
High five?
Okay.
Besides, also, Monk, it's not February 31st yet. You gotta wait till then.
Oh, to give you a little more grist to work with, Mildra, another thing that Lone Wolf Fist does is it doesn't really distinguish between an area and a battlefield. So, as a trained Lone Wolf Fist, you immediately are able to suss out the tactical areas. There is a group of ramshackle huts that surrounds the entire area. There's kind of a killing field in the center, a central square of reused lumber with a artillery at the middle. There are ammunition and supply dumps nearby, by the way, that look like they might be pretty explosive. There's also an unfueled and ammo-depleted tank nearby. You can tell that it's unfueled and ammo-depleted because it's literally been taken apart and used for parts. Looks like they drove it in here, intimidated people, then took it apart. It might have just been a paper tiger. There's also a near-empty grain silo, as well as a bar filled with these guys partying it up. So all of those places are places you can be and do stuff and fight from. And if a fight does break out, you move between those places, kind of like hexes or squares on a combat grid, just leaping between the tactical areas as necessary.
Right. I think I'd like to get a better view of the tank. Just because it's been stripped down doesn't mean that there isn't something that could make our day interesting within it. Although when you said it was stripped down, I was about to say, so it's a normal Russian tank.
Okay, so you can approach the tank pretty surreptitiously without too much difficulty. A thing that you notice right away is that the Selenide villagers pay a lot more attention to you than the people that are ostensibly guarding and patrolling. Apparently, they're kind of drunk on their own power, so that might be tactically useful. You can approach the tank, and right away you can tell that its treads have been taken almost completely apart. It's not going anywhere without some significant work to put it back together. Apparently, part of the treads were damaged on the way into the town, and they just kind of limped over here, and they're in the middle of repairing it. It looks like that both the cannon is still functional, and the machine gun mounted on top is functional as well. The machine gun's loaded, the cannon is not, but you do notice that there is a live shell nearby, or what appears to be a live shell in any event. So loading it and firing it is definitely something you can do. You have one really big boom and a whole lot of machine gun that you can use. I'm sure I had a better way of saying that. But, yeah, so it is still a tactically viable thing to use. You just can't take it anywhere at the moment.
And as far you said that there's so the machine gun's operational, though.
Yes.
Since it's a machine gun on a tank, it's only going to be firing in one direction. So that's
not necessarily. There are pintle-mounted machine guns on tanks. It just depends on this one.
Yeah, this is a pintle mounted. You can actually swerve it 360 all the way around. It's actually above the main cannon.
Okay, that makes things a little easier. I was assuming that it was one of those front-mounted ones.
Yeah, you're thinking of the Bradley. No, this is an actual functional tank.
This is the one where when you see the tank commander out of the top of the hatch, Monk, there's also the Browning BMG up there.
Yeah.
And thank you for not trying to act like the Bradley is a tank. It's not a tank.
It's an APC. We all know. We've all seen Pentagon Wars.
It's not an APC. It's an IFV.
Yep. Infantry fighting vehicle.
Mm-hmm.
Super fighting robots.
Mega Man.
But
I miss our Lord and Savior Scott McNeil.
But when it comes to the main gun in this thing, you said that it's not loaded, but there's a shell there. So in theory, someone could load and fire this, though it would probably be a multiple person job.
Yeah, think about it in terms of action economy. Action to pick up the shell, action to load the shell, action to aim and fire the shell. So it's 3 actions. You want to put that in 3 people, you can do that. If you have 3 actions, you could do it in a flurry of tankiness. Yeah. Up to you guys how you want to do it.
Is the shell within Can I actually see it, or is it locked in the mechanism?
Oh no, it's outside of the tank entirely. Yeah, it's actually by one of the treads.
All right, so at the very least, if things go south, it's gonna take them would have some time before they could load and fire the thing, and they'd only get 1 shot.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the actual cannon is loaded either. You can actually see part of its guts already flipped open. Now, mind you, it's opened in a way that it would be easy to load it. So it's only those 3 actions to get it loaded and fired. if you want to disable it, sabotage would be the right thing to do. Or you could just steal the one bullet they have. Like, here's Roxas, and sometimes what you need is bullet control.
Why steal it when I can throw it with metal telekinesis?
That's telekinesis, Kyle. Okay, so Mildra, now that you've got an eye full of things, who do you want to go next?
I'll have Stoneblade go next.
All right, let's see it.
Okay.
First monk is caught unawares, and now Lady K.
Yeah, it's always kind of awkward the first time you take an action, but you kind of got a sense of the tactical, layout of things. You can also tell right away that because you've been traveling with Mildra's character for a little bit, you can tell that he has the same kind of manner of dress in general as the villagers here. So this is probably Protectorate of the Golden Lions. So generally the good guys. And you also know that the bad guys here are the Shadow Vipers. So they probably work directly for Flesh-Eating Sage. So a couple of little things that you guys pick up on.
Okay. Just 2 seconds. I noticed something a little odd about my sheet, and I'm trying to
Yo,
take care of it.
fair enough.
Okay, so, and nobody's approaching us, they're just watching us warily, right?
Yeah, the villagers seem to be eyeballing your group. They've noticed you. The soldiers haven't yet. I call them soldiers. They're more like mercenaries.
The loosely confederated Shadow Vipers.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So they're another question. They're not the type to attack first, right?
Well, you can tell that the mercenaries are pretty boisterous. They like do the thing that like guys do whenever they get a little drunk and a little too rowdy, where they like do little fake play punches and things like that with each other. Also, there's straight up barroom brawls going on in the brawl with like knife play, so they're definitely violent and unpredictable. I wouldn't say they're not the kind who would interfere with you. Once they notice you, all bets are off. They've all got automatic weapons, and they look like they want to use them.
Duly noted, because I was gonna head in for a drink.
I mean, that's the kind of thing you guys would do. Remember, even if they have an automatic weapon and have you dead to rights, you guys are kung fu superheroes.
That's fair.
Pretty good odds you're still gonna win. Mostly it's the numbers that are the big issue here. There's about 30 of them total, from what you can say. Loosely 3 groups of 10.
All right. All right. I'll head into the closest tavern then.
All right, yeah, there's one that's going full swing right now. The guy behind the bar is really tall and really muscular. He's got one of those like really poofy, like helmet head 80s hairdos, and he's wearing an incredibly impressive like tuxedo and tie. He comes right up. He doesn't say anything, puts both his hands on the counter, and has a tiny shot glass with a little metal stir in it, and just kind of eyeballs you. It looks like he just wants to take your order.
What you got that's gonna knock me on my ass?
He nods sagely, turns around, and does the most incredible drink mixing you've ever seen. Truly a wonder to behold. And he gives you a glowing green concoction, foaming at the top and smelling vaguely minty, and then nods again.
All right. How much?
Yeah, he kind of gestures with his chin over at a group of people. There's 5 of them, 5 more of those ruffians that you've seen around. They're playing cards very menacingly at one another. Sitting amongst them, demurely, is a small young man that looks very similar to the bartender, who looks like he does not want to be there. But anytime he tries to make any kind of motion to leave, one of them grabs him and roughly shoves him back down on his seat, and then menacingly whispers something in his ear. So
Gotcha.
you get the feeling that it isn't money that this guy wants.
Gotcha. All right, so I grab the drink, I walk over to the table, and not surreptitiously, just daintily slide my hand along the back of the younger barkeep's shoulders. Hey there, handsome. You want to come with me for a little bit?
Yeah, one of the toughs will put a knife into the table and say, "This one's spoken for, young lady. You can find yourself your own barkeep."
That's funny, I don't see a brand or anything on him.
We can fix that! Bad guys are such 1980s bad guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so who wants to be with her in the bar while this is happening?
Oh, I'm definitely
doing
joining
this.
her for this one.
Oh,
I'm definitely
no.
joining in on this.
All right.
No, wait, hold on.
While the whole thing is going on, Sage hears the commotion and starts walking towards it. But by the time he's gonna get there, things will have already started to get worse.
Hero, after Stoneblade had left, Hero goes in and sees what's going on and looks at the bartender, saying, "Can I get a couple blowjobs for the ladies over there?"
Oh my! I like how crass the 5-star spirit guy is. Beautiful, excellent addition to the character. Okay, so that's initiative, I think.
Of course, I walk in outside the bar and say, "What's with Danny? Whip me up something spicy."
All right, so the barkeep, while all this combat is happening, is going to continue mixing you guys drinks.
Question for you, Joel.
No.
Is combat only local to that area?
No, I mean, like, we all kind of shift into combat time at the same time.
All right.
Right now, they are indoors, and there's already some scuffles and fights going on. So you can, if you're cunning, carry this off as just a continuation of those barroom brawls without alerting 2/3 of these bad guys to what's happening pretty easily. And you know this because you are a tactical genius, even if you are an evil mastermind.
I'm an evil mastermind that is still outside because there's so much there's so many munitions out here, and 2/3 of these guys don't know we're around. And munitions tend to go off if you throw them very hard.
This is true.
And
Yeah,
I have psychic powers that can throw them very hard.
It's like you probably use that psychic. Even then, you can use the psychic to trigger the explosive mechanism in there easily.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but throwing things really hard is just cooler.
I'm staying outside for different reasons.
All right, so just broadly between the two areas, who is in the bar and who is in the town square?
Heroes in the bar.
I'm in the Nuke's in the bar.
Prince is in the town square.
Raven's in town square.
I am in town square, moving to the bar. So when it comes to the combat that's happening in the bar, I will go last.
Sounds good to me.
Coops, where are you at?
Town square.
So Nameless is in the town square.
All right, that's everybody accounted for. We have 2/3 of the bad guys in or around the town square, and the remaining third in the bar. So the third in the bar are going to get up, like shove the table over, and start a good old round of stuntman poker. So the way this works is you just roll a single d10 for initiative, and then you'll also, after we have the initiative values, roll your effort pool, and we'll set everything into sets. And then we'll be able to bid on initiative if you guys want to change your ranking in the roster somewhere, which is fun.
All right, so we start by rolling a single d10. You said, right?
Yep. That's your
1d10
initiative
each.
roll.
And you'll have to tell me how to roll here in, are we in council rolling?
Yes.
/R 1d10.
Hey, that didn't work. Oh.
Once you hit /R, then hit space, it'll show a command, and that's when you can enter the 1d10.
Yep. Ooh, I got an 8. That's nice. Also, it looks like you rolled a 1d3 up there, John. It's weird.
I rolled a 1.
Don't get it.
I don't know why I did that.
Yeah, I rolled a 2. Way to go, bad guys.
Rick rolled a 3.
Rick rolled.
I haven't made that joke this entire time because of the fact of how low-hanging it is.
Well, some of us just can never give it up.
Yeah, but it will let you down.
Ah!
So, Lady K, type /R first,
I did.
then type space. And you should see a box that pops up that says command.
Yeah, that box caught me off guard.
R.
Then press space.
Now type in now in that box you should be able to type in 1d10.
You don't need to do the O for the initiative roll because we're not looking at sets yet. We're just looking at the...
All right, let me
Yep.
try this.
Mildred got a 9, which is funny, which means he
Nice.
goes first, even though he said he was going to go last.
It's up to him. If he wants to go last, it can be it can
There
be
we
an
go.
advantage.
Oh, Kay's on the
Ouch.
same
I'm
initiative as the bad guys.
I'm basically doing the equivalent of holding action, even though once after the first round, then I'll end up going at that slot, but I'm holding until the end, just for the first round.
Yeah, and this is actually a good point to mention that I'm very clear in the text of the rules that they're not set in stone. There's not a specific procedure for holding actions in this like you'd find in like 3.0 or 3.5 D&D, but it's completely reasonable to say I'm just going to opt to go at initiative 0 effectively. That's fine. I don't see any reason as the guy running the game that breaks anything. And for the most part, this is a pretty robust game. You can change little things like that without the rules falling apart. I'm looking at you, Exalted 2nd Edition.
Coops, you need to roll initiative. You're the only one who hasn't rolled.
Yeah,
There
what
we
did
go.
everybody get? I'm gonna put everybody's things in here.
Okay, I'll tell you in order from top to bottom.
Sure.
Mildred got a 9. I got an 8. Let's see here. Looks like Coops got a 6. John got a 4. Rick got a 3. Kay got a 2. Oh, and Neff got a 4. That's right, Neff hadn't rolled yet either. I missed that. I thought Neff had. So there are some ties on the initiative rolls.
Okay, beautiful. Let's see. So we'll roll off if you guys want to change the order. If you guys want to, let me see. So yeah, anyone who tied will have to roll another d10 just to break the tie between you. Let's see,
All right.
which means John and Neff, go ahead and roll again. Break the tie. Is that the
Oh wow!
Did it tie again?
No,
No.
John won the tie.
John gets the plus. There you go. I think that's the only double I see.
Bad guys and Kay both got 2.
Yep.
All right, Kay, roll it again.
She got a 2 again. And whoa, you got a 0.
Oh!
Well, remember, on initiative, 0s or 10s. That's the only
true.
time they're good.
So
So
that
unfortunately,
means
they get
the
the
bad
plus.
guys will go before Kay.
Slightly.
Slightly before
Which
Kay.
is a little ironic, but there you go.
But
It's
that
the benefit
means...
of being the person to kick the table instead of being the person who the table gets kicked on, you see.
Yeah. That means that Monk is first, but he said he's holding his action.
Yep. So he's going to go at 0, which puts him right at the bottom, even below K. Tisk, tisk, tisk. So Zan, you're actually at the very top. You're in the town square looking at ammunition and 2 groups of tin red flag marauders is what they're called.
Red Flag Marauders.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the wrinkles
Red
of
Ribbon
these
Army,
guys
I
are
see.
pretty much.
How ironic! I was watching that chess match last night. John would know.
Oh yeah. So
Oh, yeah.
one of the wrinkles of this game is most NPCs are represented by a single D10. They're not very powerful. Most player characters use, as you've seen, range between 4 and 6, a very average of 5. But a benefit that groups have is whenever you bring a bunch of people together, if they're in the same area, they can take all of their dice and roll them together to make sets. So effectively, these guys each have an effort pool of 10 as a group. Now, neither of those groups have joined this battle, so they're just sitting around with their thumbs in their nose. The ones inside, however, are all going to roll a single group of d10s for their collective action. There's 5 at the table and 5 that are scattered around doing stuff, but they'll still act in concert. So that's what's going on with them. So I'm going to roll their dice real quick, and we'll go into the initiative bidding.
Okay. Joel, just so that you know, when you roll their dice, if you use number D10 with the lowercase o, it'll show it in order from numbers of 1 to 10, and so you'll be able to see any of the doubles or triples real easy.
And I just realized that I made a mistake. Though I'm not going to do a take back. I was supposed to roll 2 D10 because
Yep, you are faster.
Because 10,000 swordmen tracked.
Actually, let me go check mine.
So, are you rolling their D10? Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, no, it shows me what they got. They got 1, 1, 3, 5, 9. It looks like
Well,
2 ones. Oh, what is this?
So no.
Oh no,
okay,
that's
so
Neff.
what-
Okay,
yeah.
what did I roll?
Yeah,
there's
that's
mine.
how it's showing you that if
Yeah,
you
there
add
it
the
is.
0,
2, 8,
it actually
6,
does
3,
the
4, 2,
ordering.
9, 5,
the
3, 5.
lowercase o. The lowercase o.
Lower. Oh, instead of a 0, a lowercase o. So 10.
No, add the 0 at the end.
So.
Oh, okay, I get you. So
Like-
10d10 with a lowercase o at the end.
Yeah, you'd write that right there, or /r space. The command comes up 10d10.
Okay, no, I that's what I was gonna do. Beautiful. Let me go to another world.
Okay. All the scuff. I love it. Yeah,
Oh
there
yeah,
you
there
go.
we go. Oh my God, look at those 8s.
That's
Ow.
wow, 48. Jesus.
8.
Now remember that the 10
Good
here
job,
counts as a
Stanley.
0.
Thank you, Coops.
That's gonna be mean. Someone's gonna really get wrecked.
Yep.
And
Add
damn,
initiative
Coops, that
2.
was a good impression.
We all have to roll our efforts now, right?
Yep, go ahead and do the same thing I just did. Roll your efforts and then just group them together like that. That way,
Fire.
it'll give you a really clear idea of what sets you have. I've only got those 8s as a set. Everything else is singletons.
Yep. It's all by your effort number. So
So you roll that many d10s?
yes.
Yep, exactly. Now, Zan, you're a cunning hero, right? So you actually start with
With a 0 in focus, I know.
Yeah, and focus.
fuck.
That's. I think the cunning are the only ones that have
let
something
me
that's
redo
really
that.
special they do. Who else is cunning? Someone else is cunning.
That would be me. I've got cunning mind.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, one of your 2 focus slots starts with a 0 facing die already in it. So in addition to what you've rolled, you also have that to deal with, which means you can combine it. You can use it for initiative. Because remember, a 0 on initiative, a 0 sucks when it comes to dice matching because that's the lowest face you could get. But on initiative, it's a 10, so it's one of the better ones you can get. Kind of inverts its value.
I don't need to enhance my initiative anymore unless you choose to have the bad guys do that. So I'm gonna keep that 0 for maybe something else.
Nah, they're fine going last. They're gonna probably unholster all of their guns and just absolutely just brutalize poor Stoneblade. So that'll happen eventually. She's got 6 dice to throw around though, so she should be able to boost her initiative if she wants to. But if it being a strong hero is that you do get a really big pool of dice, which is useful in a lot of ways.
Yeah,
I
you
might
could-
use that 8 to boost the initiative.
Yeah, good thinking. That 8 will turn into an 18, putting you at the top of the roster.
Oh, hell yes.
So
Oh,
now it's the
hell
difference of
yes.
having the table kick into her or having those 3 people die before they can kick the table.
Yep. So as they begin to kick it, you know, you just time slows down. It's going in Zack Snyder slow motion, and now it's your turn to kick ass. Does anybody else want to bid for initiative? Or, I mean, because I think everybody at this point is going before the bad guys. So this is not a tactical reason, but it's up to you.
We just need Akira to roll his pool.
Oh yeah, do your magic, Kira.
Oops.
I'm rolling another D10, right?
So look
Roll
at
your
your
effort.
character sheet. Look at the effort score. You're gonna type /R and press the space, and then you're gonna type the number in effort, D10, and a lowercase o at the end.
Efforts.
It's right
It's
under...
a big circle right underneath the word player.
Yep, should be top leftish of the sheet.
Oh. Okay.
It's one of the biggest numbers on there.
Weirdly, it makes it hard. It makes it not stand out as much. It's like the milk in the fridge. I can never see it when I'm looking for it.
No. Don't you know? He just had to put a little effort into finding it.
Oh!
So effort number and then one D10.
Yep.
Well,
No,
so
not 1d10, just your effort number, D10,
And a
Lowercase
lowercase
and
o.
then lowercase o.
Okay.
All in one thing.
Plus 6.
Damn.
I'm so excited.
So it'll be, if you have a 6 in effort, you'll type /R. You'll hit lowercase o, as in Oscar. But it's okay. This is fine. This
works too. It actually did exactly what it needed to.
Yeah, we can still see what's necessary there. You have a 0, you have 2 6s, an 8 and 9, and a 2.
Damn, you got a 10. Nicely done.
Well, 10s in effort are bad
Those
because they're
zeros.
zeros.
Oh.
Yep, they kind of suck. Now, mind you, as a compensator for that, because the mathematical reality is there is to be a lowest number, I made a lot of the cooler powers in the game key off of zeros. So you probably have something in your arsenal you can use.
You mean like facing 0 +1 is an eerie ranged psychic strike.
Yep, there you go. It's not just the crappiest die you could possibly roll, it's also +1 rank and magical.
Yep.
Yeah, it's an interesting design corollary. It meant that some of the cooler, more utilitarian powers were weaker in terms of like attack, but that actually balanced them out nicely. So it's fascinating the kind of symmetry you can find whenever you just decide on a system and design from there. I think we were talking about that earlier.
Okay, so I think we have everybody's dice pools. Does anybody want to bid at all on any initiative besides Kay, or are we all good?
I'm good.
Yeah, Kay has used her 8. So when you use it, you lose it. You take it, and it's out of your pool. You still have 5 dice remaining.
Yep.
But that turns into an initiative of 18, which is incredible. So she goes super speed first.
Oh, yeah, and that's going to come in very handy here in a minute. So...
Okay, beautiful. So you're leading us off. Go ahead and I'll just let you cook. If you have any questions about how anything works, I'm right here, okay?
Sounds good. So, that table's flipping.
Yep, and Zack Snyder slow-mo.
Yep. So, Stoneblade is going to haul the barkeep behind her and, in that same motion, draw her blade.
Beautiful. All right, blade drawn, barkeep saved. That's pretty much an effortless action. You're not really doing anything to... Generally, when it comes to effort, you're going to be moving, using a skill to make a big change, or do an attack. I know, just to clarify for everybody.
Not a problem. And as she's bringing her arm back around, as that table's slowly falling towards the floor, flat side down, her sword is going to catch the first hapless bastard right in the fucking face. With Bone Crusher.
Yeah. All right, so Bone Crusher, that's a beautiful attack to lead with, too. Let me actually pull everything up here. So, the way you're going to read your techniques is the prana cost is under cost.
Yep,
I think
it's a
you
number
guys
3.
Start with 3, so yeah, that should be all your prana from your pool immediately, but you get Bone Crusher. So, here's how that works, and there's actually a couple of different ways you can use techniques, but I'll give you the idea real quick. Let me actually pull up the text that I wrote so I'm on the same page with you. Here we go. Why did I format these sideways? I'm stupid. Okay, here we go. Beautiful.
There's no
Okay.
such thing as stupid in creativity.
That's a lie. I've been too creative for too long to know that's nothing but a lie. Anyway, so Bone Crusher. So this
No,
is a
there's
type.
happy accidents.
Fair enough. So it's type attack, so it's perfect for this. So you're trying to kill somebody with it. It has requirements, arm, and weapon, both of which you have. And you will note that those requirements might change throughout the battle. You might be disarmed or disarmed, both of which could influence your ability to use the attack. So you're paying the cost. It's a rank 1 thing, so immediately it brings its own die to the table. The facing is a range between 6, 7, 8, and 9. So if you have, like, say, a facing 9 die you want to combine this with, you can. It's the same thing as if you rolled the die naturally. So what does your pool look like? What does your roll this time?
Let's see. 1, 2, 2, 3, and 7, hence why I went with that.
There you go. Yeah, you could use the 7.
Yep.
So if you combine this with the 7, you have a single die facing 7. You purchase another die, effectively, another facing 7, making that a total of a 27 to attack. In addition to that, as I recall, Meat Drinker can give you a +1 rank to attack once per turn. So that could be a 37 to smash this guy's poor face in. In addition to that, as you know, under the effect, a foe struck by this cruel attack takes an additional 1d10 damage.
Yep.
So he's got to find a way to defend against this. This is a hell of an attack. As a matter of fact, the reach on your weapon is such that once you shear through this guy, it'll probably carry through into a few of his buddies. The corollary to be able to combine all of your effort dice together as a group is that unfortunately you also combine your defenses and health, making you exceptionally vulnerable to extremely powerful attacks like these. So yeah, that's basically how techniques work. So in this case, we have a rank 3 facing 7, aka a total of 37 they've got to contend with. Jeez. Here's one of the benefits of going first. Yeah, so they rolled some pretty good dice, as you'll note. They got all those beautiful 8s, but here's the drawback to that. They don't really have any good dice for defense. I'm going to have them blow their 9 that they rolled, which, because it's a single die, is rank 1, so that's a 19 for defense. It's not too bad. I think 19 and 19 is 38, so
Yes.
they would take, what is that, 20 is the difference in damage there?
You said 37.
Yeah.
It'd be 18.
18, that's right. Ugh. Okay, so
No,
yeah,
it
they're
wouldn't
going to...
be 18. It'd be 37 minus 9.
19.
Oh,
It'd be-
19.
minus 19. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, 18, that's right. Okay, so they're going to take 18 damage. 10 hit points is enough to kill somebody, so that guy's head is gone. In addition, the guy, you just carry through and you hit the next guy in the line for 8 damage. But remember, you roll an additional 1d10 and add that to your damage.
Mm-hmm.
So roll it.
Alrighty.
That guy's dead. This guy's taking 8. 1, 2, 3.
3.
And he's taking another 3, so he's dead.
Oh yeah, so he's definitely dead. And the guy next to him gets hit in the face with a splinter of skull fragment and takes 2 damage. Because again, they all have one group of damage. So your first attack kills 2 of them and injures a third one. That's your first attack. Any sets of 2 or higher allow you to do additional actions. That can be, again, movement, skills, attacks, or defenses.
Alright. Let me take a look at what I got here. I don't have the cost for that one yet, and I just blew through all my prana, right?
All your prana, yeah. So you use your prana for now. You'll get some more back at the end of the round for kicking ass in the next round. But you can do just normal attacks.
That's fair.
Any set you can just use to continue kicking ass with.
Alright, I'm going to just... Let's see. The one that I just injured, I'm going to rear back up, or I'm going to pull the blade to the right just a little bit, and then snap it back to the left to catch him on the other side of his face.
Coming and going. Okay, which set would you like to use to kill him?
Let's see. I can combine dice to get the number.
Yeah, so if you have 2 2s, you can get a 22. Where is it? Where is your die pool? I'll have to
It
clap
is 2
eyes on it real
2s.
quick.
1, 2, 2, 3, 7, and she used the 8 for initiative.
And
Oh,
I
there
also
you
use
go.
the 7 for Bone Crusher, so I've got the
Yep.
1, 2, 2, and the 3 left.
Okay, those 2
So-
2s could be a second attack. That's perfect.
Let's do it.
All right, so that's 22 to murder that poor fool. They're going to use their 5 to defend against that one. So that's a 15. So we've got 7 damage to that guy. So you'll swat him with the heavy part of it, break his jaw, but not quite kill him. He has 1 whole hit point left.
Oh, man. All right, from there, I think I'm just going to back up and drag the barkeep with me.
Sounds good. There are now, let me see, there was 5 at that table. There's now 2 at that table who are uninjured, 1 who has a broken jaw, and their 5 buddies who were previously fighting, brawling, scrapping, playing poker, etc., are now taking notice of the fact the table's been flipped and there's blood showering everyone. And just give you 1 action. That's strong hero for you. Okay, who's next on the roster? Is it
Me?
Zan?
Yes. At this point, Prince has probably heard that racket and knows things are going to get spicy real quick. He
Yeah,
knows
you've in previous adventures, you know what the sound of meat drinker drinking meat is.
Exactly. In the back of his mind, that woman never knows how to hold back. But the thing I want to do here is the 2 groups of 10 outside aren't paying attention, right?
Nope, not at all. They're because the sound of the brawl blends
sounds
into
like
the general brawl. Yeah, they'll know before too long, unless you make some kind of way to distract them. But like, right now,
this will be a distraction for sure. I'm very
Outstanding.
sure it'll be a distraction. Because I do have a pair in 3s, so I'll be able to do 2 actions here if I want to. I may choose otherwise depending on what happens here. But I can spend that 0 focus to activate telekinesis still, right?
Yep.
I'm not sure that rank 10 would be enough for a power skill version of telekinesis that throws their own explosive munitions at them.
Well, let's find out by consulting the power effect chart. Okay, so with a rank 1 in power, you can deadlift 500 pounds, enough to lift a full drum of oil or 2 adult humans, or punch hard enough to batter down an oak door. So...
That doesn't sound like it would throw 500 pounds of munitions can be a lot, but explosives tend to be kind of heavy. How many stockpiles of munitions were there?
There's 1 big stockpile of munitions.
And how much of it would be liftable with just rank 1 power?
Well, it does specifically say here that you could lift a drum filled with oil.
This is true. This is true.
So that's... I mean, it's at least flammable, and honestly, if you're able to spark the thing by, slamming it on top of another big, heavy drum of something, that'd probably be enough spark to make it combust. And once it combusts, the whole thing's probably gonna go.
I'm gonna do something. I think I'm gonna do something a little fun about this. I'm gonna go ahead and use that 0 focus die to just throw as hard as I can, the most flammable, explosive thing as I can, right on top of a group of bad guys.
It's good use. Excellent use.
Yeah, I mean, they're not paying attention, and it's not like they're going to be paying attention for much longer as they scream burning to death.
Yeah. Okay, so Psychic picking up a drum of oil, throwing it right into a group of bad guys, hitting it on something that'll spark it with the hope that it'll explode.
Yes, that is the intent. Spends all 3 of my prana, but that's okay. I think this is 3 prana well spent, and I haven't awakened chakra yet, so there's no prana flare yet. So I'm still kind of not noticed. Just kind of gestures with his hand. Why is it always me who has to take the support route? Throws it just chucks it as hard as he can with his mind, hoping to splinter it against some rocks and watch the sparks fly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. There's actually a group of them by a particularly sharp-looking adobe and tin hut. You're able to like lob it through the air, and it goes and impacts one of the chunks of jutting rebar out of there. Ooh. So let's do this. Let's roll a d5 for the rank of explosion that it is.
Okay.
Oh, come on, let's get a good one.
Oh no!
Rank 1 explosion. Unfortunately, it explodes, but unfortunately, it explodes in such a way that it just kind of makes a rocket out of itself and swirls around, smashing into them, which isn't terrible. It does kill one of them, completely pastes them, and the rest go to ground. The other group also is completely focused on the zooming, exploding barrel that's shooting around. So, as a distraction, pretty impressive. And hey, there's one less to deal with now.
True. I have a pair, which means I could take another action, but...
or you could sweep them into your focus.
You're right, I could sweep them into my focus.
So many wonderful options. Yeah, analysis paralysis is an unfortunate drawback to the system. That's why the die pools are so small to start with.
Wasn't it a single die goes into my focus, though?
That's true, but remember, you're a cunning hero and have 2 focus slots.
Yes. If both dice are in the focus pools, do they still count as a set when I take them out later?
They can. You can either break them up and use them individually, or use them as a set. You can also take an action that you can sustain in your focus slot. So, like, if you wanted to make yourself fly with psychic powers, good time to do it.
Yes. Well, I already used the prana to throw the thing, so I can't fly.
Oh, right.
I know my limitations. What I'm actually going to do, because I know that there's still defense, I'm going to keep those 3s. I'm going to sweep the 8 into one of my focus slots. But I'm going to keep 3s just in case I need them for defense. Because, remember everybody, your effort pool is both your attack and defense every round.
And I don't have strict timing rules about when you put things into your focus slots. Now, Legends of the Woolin did have very strict timing rules with that, when you could flow. I don't. I really want people to feel like they have complete command over their effort pool and the way their character moves their resources around. And I've not noticed any real balance issues with it so far.
Yeah, I'll keep the 8 in one of my focus slots, and I will pass on my second action by the dice that I do have, so that I can keep them as a response just in case.
Good thinking. Now, is that Akira next, I believe?
Yes, I believe that he got the 6.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, now where are you? You're out in the square, aren't you, Akira?
Yeah, I'm in the square.
With us.
Okay, beautiful. So yeah, you can see that barrel like zooming around like a malfunctioning firework. Both of the groups of people are distracted by it. One of them has lost one of their members. They only have 9 dudes left. The other one on the other side of the square is actually shouldering their weapons and preparing to fire on it. They're not going to get to that this round, but we'll see what happens there. Oh, and the townspeople are going to ground. You do notice, as in addition to all of this, there's a small group of hooded townspeople on the southern edge of the town, on the southern edge of the square, just inside of it, that aren't reacting to this in the same way. They just seem to be kind of watching what's going on. There's about 5 of them, all said and told. And now that you're looking at them, you can tell they're all concealing weapons. Not guns, but swords.
Swords.
Do these people look familiar to me as followers of Flesh-Eating Sage?
Well, they don't look like Shadow Vipers. First of all, they don't have any tattoos. Second of all, you'd imagine that they would have the same kind of get-up as the rest of these guys if they were following him, and they don't. They're all wearing more or less uniform cloaks, but it's unfortunately difficult to get any more details out of them unless you take a senses action.
Senses action.
Yeah, it's one of your skills.
Oh, yeah. Could
Alright,
do
hang
that
on.
if he wants
It's
to.
a thing. Yeah, everyone has access to all 7 of their skills. Power is lifting things and breaking things. Endurance is not dying. Agility, of course, is moving around and doing acrobatics. Heart is talking to people. It's your charisma skill. Intellect is being smart and uncovering, like, using reason or knowledge or memory. And then spirit is any kind of, like, weird wooja magic stuff you got to do. And then senses is both hiding and spotting stuff. So, for example, if you got a rank 1 with senses, you could notice subtle or hidden details. For example, the outline of a hidden door, or you could hide any reasonably concealing spot, such as deep shadows. So that's the very basic function of senses there. Higher rank stuff gives you access to more things. And actually, I think if you guys have the PDF of this, I have a truncated version of the effects charts near the beginning of the document. It's like page 4 or 5.
I don't think Monk gave us the module doc in order to keep us from spoiling ourselves.
Fair enough.
Now, to clarify for the rest of the group, on these pre-gen character sheets, the skills that have X's in them are what?
Masteries. Okay, so a mastery is something in which when you use that skill, you immediately push it up by 1 rank. You're just way better at those all the time.
Yep. I just wanted to make sure that everybody got that clear. If you've got an X in a skill, that means it's going to be 1 rank higher than whatever die you may use for it.
Yeah, and it often helps with this game, because I know there's a lot of moving parts to it. Just think about it in terms of plain language. What do you want your anime dude to do? And then we'll work from there.
So do you want to sense the 5 figures? Do you want to fight the dudes who are looking at a flying, exploding oil barrel?
Yeah, that's what I was going to do right there.
Yeah, good man. So yeah, it's just as I described it. They're in a panic dealing with this flying, exploding oil barrel. Like it flew over, apparently of its own accord, hit a piece of rebar, and the spark from that made it shoot off. There's just like fire shooting out of that, like a misshapen rocket. It flew over and smashed one of them into paste, and now it's like rolling on the ground, occasionally leaping up, twirling through the air, and their buddies across the way are about to shoot it with automatic weapons. They're kind of in disarray dealing with it, but that's what's going on there.
Okay. So do I need to...
Yeah, plain language. What do you want to do? You want to go over there and hit it with your stop sign? Do you want to start using some of your magic? Do you want to grab the oil drum and hit him with it? Do you want to try to throw something at it to hit it harder and make it explode? And maybe it goes boom. There's lots of gas in there.
Yeah, I think I'm going to grab that oil drum.
Good thinking. You'll need to use one of your effort dice to do that. Because it's kind of hard. It's flying around in the air. So I'm going to say it's going to be a rank 2 agility action to do that. Let's say rank 2 agility to grab a flying barrel. So you're going to look at your effort dice, and you're going to try to find 2 that match. And you're going to use that as the base of your action to grab the thing.
Ah, damn.
If I remember, Akira, you have 2 6s that match.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah, so you use those guys, you take them out of your pool, you grab the drum, now you have this thrumming drum with fire shooting out of it. You can hear the liquid boiling in there as it rapidly turns into gas and then combusts and shoots out as fire. So, what do you want to do with this thing? Because you can direct it, you can throw it, you can just crush it in your hands. Up to you.
I'm going to direct it.
Good thinking. What's your plan?
Basically, which group do you want to throw it at?
Or aim it at, rather.
Yeah.
Well, which group is closest to me?
There's a group of 9 guys right up in your grill, one of which has been turned into paste. The remaining 9 are looking at you with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. Is he saving us? Are we about to die?
I'm going for the ones that's closest to me.
That's unfortunate for them.
Fire.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna use this as an attack, and it's the same thing. You're basically just gonna. Do you want to like throw it at one of them? Do you want to like use it like a flamethrower?
Fire. Flamethrower. Fire.
Beautiful. Okay, so I'm going a little off script from the general document, but in the core book, the wonderful $20 PDF on DriveThruRPG available right now. Give me money. There are actually rules.
Shameless plug right here.
Shameless plug.
Link available at the end of the stream.
Heck yeah. All right, so let me scoot on over to the combat section. I'm doing this with one hand while I like text to chat. Here we go. There we go. The very end of this thing, the weapons and armor section, pages 38 on. There are wonderful rules for things like flamethrowers. So this is technically a kind of ordnance. Unit destroying weapons like machine guns or flamethrowers have lower attack power but cover entire areas at once. So this winds up being, as you direct the thing, it's stable enough that it counts as kind of a weak flamethrower. So again, we're going to roll a d5 to see how hot these flames are, and it is going to hit all of these fools. So that's going to be fun, and set them on fire, and fire has its own rules too. So go ahead and roll another d10. Go ahead and roll another d10, and see how hot this thing burns.
6. So, according to the very old version of the PDF I have, flamethrowers are a rank 4 fire hazard.
Yes, now that is an actual flamethrower. This is a little bit more of an ad hoc flamethrower. Maybe that oil's burning hotter, maybe it's a little weaker. In this case, it winds up being half of that, so rank 3, so it's a little cooler than a normal flamethrower. Still, it's a rank 3 attack that hits all of them and sets them on fire. So they've got to defend against that. Now, they haven't actually rolled anything yet because they have yet to join combat. So I'm just going to use their basic defense, which I will calculate in a moment as I flip over to that roll. So just bear with me for a moment.
All right.
Basic defenses without dice were your effortless, weren't they?
Yes. For groups, they have their own little way of calculating it. And I've forgotten what it is off the top of my head, but that's why I wrote it down in the rule book. Well, not for Dr. OG.
Can you tell that I've read and reread the book recently just to make sure I was still familiar with the rules?
I really appreciate that, by the way. How did you like it, by the by? This is the first big game I ever actually released. So.
I obviously, since I got what is ostensibly the hot off the press PDF version without any bookmarks or hot links. I wish there were bookmarks or hot links, but I knew they weren't there yet because you had literally given it to me as soon as the PDF was done.
I think I'm just gonna put a general download link for everybody here, or give you all your own coupons, because I really appreciate whenever people play this game and help me promote it. It's a lot of fun, and every time you give a PDF to someone who's excited about the game, you kind of sell like 3 or 4 copies as a
absolutely
that.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
As for reading the PDF, obviously, I really like the concept of the game just because, well, I have been a big fan of Exalted and Legends of the Wuin and a bunch of other things that are in the same vein. So the fact that this is even more streamlined and just, it's like, hey, say you want to do a thing, we'll go to the charts and see if thing is done. Okay. I'm fine with that.
That reference. I straight up stole that from Marvel Face Strip, and I got to tell you that reference speeds up gameplay so fast, and it makes rulings a lot easier too because you just like, where's the ballpark where I want this thing to happen? Descriptively, you look at the effect chart, and there you go. It's really nice. Speaking of which, okay, so you set them all on fire. 2 of them die immediately. The ones that are closest, they wind up taking 20 damage. Basic defense of basically rank 1 for these guys. So whoosh, and then you roll a single d10 for all the other ones to see how much damage they individually take as they burn. So one of them was splatted, 2 of them were incinerated. So that leaves you with 7d10 to roll to see how much damage these guys take each.
Oh shit.
roll 7d10, Coops.
Whoosh! Technically, holding a exploding barrel at people as it shoots gouts of flame at them isn't a martial art, technically. But hey, it works.
You know what I'm about to say, right? Improvised martial arts oil barrel. Rango 1/2.
It's a thing of beauty.
Just remember, Rango 1/2 had improvised
God.
martial arts tea
There's
ceremony.
2 more scorched to death.
Ow!
And a bunch that have taken some pretty hefty,
Bits of
hefty
damage.
there. Jesus.
That's a lot of 6s. Yeah, so there's just a wall of fire with screaming people inside of it there. Well done. That is unfortunately the last of the goo inside the barrel. It doesn't explode, it just sprays all over them in a horrible cascade of flame. Good job with that.
Hey, yo!
He gave them a fire bukkake.
Hey, yo!
Pause!
That's the hottest bukkake I've ever seen.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
I think they might disagree.
I know
Only
some
a-
people see those kind of scenes can be hot, but I didn't think it was going to be that hot.
Look, all I'm saying is don't kink shame.
To quote a great man, it'll be a hot time in the old town tonight.
It's not his fault they couldn't take his personal lube.
All I have to ask is,
We are
Shades,
murdering Kay.
Shades, John, here's my question. Have we got any snorts yet?
Plenty.
Not yet. Not yet.
I love that I can write the note on fire next to them and just draw a little cartoon fire over their avatar here. That's great.
Oh, God,
I would like
that's
to point out that
hysterical.
on Twitch there is actually somebody by the name, not in our chat, but they do have the username of 55-gallon drum of lube.
Oh, God.
Well, after that bit of sexiness.
I apologize for that screech, but holy shit.
You could say that they're a new Johnny Cash hit single, Burning in the Fire.
No, that's just what happens when somebody goes to Taco Bell to do the $20 challenge.
No, you see,
Yeah, this
Monk,
this
that's
barrel
burning
full of oil
love.
is only slightly less deadly. So
What are you talking about? This is when you have too many jalapenos in your meal.
beautiful.
Or is
All right,
it's just the Carolina Reaper.
yeah, this is just slightly less deadly than the Reaper. So, anything else you wanted to do on your turn, Kira? Your barrel is empty, and this group is pretty much annihilated.
I'll end my turn there.
So that's a well spent turn, I think. All right, John, I think you're next.
Yeah, I'm in the bar. I see what Stoneblade has done to those guys, and I just cracked my knuckles. All right, had to kick some ass, and I'm just gonna leap in, and
Gentlemen, I have got to step off to the side for a second to help finish up dinner, okay?
In 4.
no, don't worry about it. See, I'm looking at one of my moves, and it says one of the requirements is some other dirty tactic.
Yes.
Does that mean what I think it means?
It means a lot of things situationally.
Cause I got her! I got her!
Yes. Okay, we have finally got a comedy in here.
Joel, for context, if my wife laughs so hard she starts snorting, that's a win.
Rack up another W for Lone Wolf Fists.
Yeah.
When it says head, shoulder, teeth, or some other dirty tactic, the thing that comes to my mind right after the word teeth is the movie teeth.
Ugh.
I don't care where on your body the teeth are from. It has to be something like that.
All right, sorry, getting distracted on all fronts here. But because when I think dirty tactic, there's only one thing that comes to my mind, and that's what I want to do.
We are
I
here
don't
to
give a
encourage that
shit.
kind of creativity.
So I'm gonna go charging in. I'm gonna go running in full speed. Probably even leap over some guys to get to where those other guards that Snowblade took out. And I'm just gonna run right up to one and throw a skullcrack surprise right in the balls.
Hell yeah. Like a true radioactive scorpion. Well done. All right. So, Skullcrack Surprise. How much, what's the rank of your attack all said and told once you combine all the dice together?
All right, let's see. Well, it says rank 1 on the sheet, but let's
Yep.
see.
So it's basically giving you another die of rank 1, and you can combine that, I want to say, with almost anything, isn't it? Isn't it like an any or a 0 or something like that?
What it is I have to roll a d10 to determine the facing of the strike.
Well, roll a d10. There you go. It's facing 2. So do you have any 2s it'll combine with?
Sadly, no.
Well, then he takes a rank 1 facing 2, aka a 12, directly to the ball sack. Sucks to be him. He's going to defend with his 0. Unfortunately, that's only a 10, so he'll take his remaining 2 health of damage, 1 to each testicle, and die.
So I kicked the guy in the ball so hard I killed him. I am loving it.
He dies from nut blow. Boosh.
Kick him so hard in the balls go up and shower his heart.
Wait,
You
no,
struck at
no.
the root of a man's power.
Hold on. This Skullcrack Surprise is based in the skill Endurance. You have Mastering Endurance. That wasn't a 12. That was a 22.
Remember, attacks are not skill checks. They are different
that's true.
things. Yeah, if
That's
you're
true.
doing it for endurance, you would increase it by 1. If you're doing it for an attack, it's just the attack number.
True. My bad. Got ahead of myself.
It's okay.
Happy.
That's actually a pretty common mistake, unfortunately. I probably should have designed it a little differently.
Well, now everybody has a live example of how to correct that mistake.
There you go.
Did I do it on purpose or not? You'll never know.
Either way, it doesn't really matter. Either way, the guy's dead.
Yes, you popped his testicles and he died.
Like a pinata full of blood.
And people look at me like I'm crazy because I keep saying that I take so many notes from Chuck Jones.
Hey, there's something wrong. Chuck Jones has some great slapstick, among other things.
Or slap dick in this case.
Every guy watching the stream right now is probably wincing in utter pain right now.
Yeah, I'm having a moment here.
No,
Anyway.
they're imagining the One Punch Man scene.
Oh.
No, I'm okay. I'm doing fine.
You know who's really wincing is anybody who's done skateboards or roller skates and gotten the wrong way at a skate park.
Oh yeah, I'm having some vivid flashbacks to the one time I tried rollerblades on a hill.
I was hanging out with my cousins, and his son was skateboarding nearby, and he tried doing an ollie over a rail. He got over the rail. He missed the post.
Anyway, so that was that's your prana. You still have some dice though to kick some ass with, and I believe you're unarmed. So remember, you can usually only launch a single attack with 1 die during your turn. But if you're unarmed, you can actually launch an additional one with only 1 die, as you got a flurry of blows from being unarmed.
Well, I do have a pair of 6s here I was thinking about using.
Sounds like a good idea to use them then.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and launch a basic attack. Actually, oh no, I haven't activated that yet, so yeah, I'll just go ahead and, well, after he's recovering, I'll look at one of the guys next to him and just clock him hard.
Hell yeah. Alright. So it's a 26 to the jaw for this poor fool. He's got a 13 to defend with, so he can take 13 damage, and his jaw can go flying across the room into his buddy, who will take an additional 3 damage.
Uh-oh. Oh, something broke Kay again.
God damn it.
Maybe it's the same thing, and she's.
Clock.
Well, Kay's gone by, Egon. What do you got?
Sorry, I'm currently beyond the capacity for rational thought.
Shouldn't Kay be the one saying that?
All right, so those guys are pretty well pulverized. There's one guy remaining at that table who is picking his friend's jawbone out of his neck where it just got lodged. The remaining 5 guys around you have realized this isn't a normal ballroom brawl and are unlimbering their weapons to start shooting you as much as they can, because it looks like fist fighting is an increasingly poor choice of strategic option.
No, thankfully, I'm not near them. I'm still
Fair
at the
enough.
bar.
True. That's not pretty from bullets, though. So, anything else you want to do, John, before we give it over to Nephenor?
No, actually, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and put my 1 in my focus,
Good thinking.
because I can save that for later, especially with my body like flames drill.
Hell yeah.
Okay,
All right,
so
yeah, Nephenor
really-
is our next one.
really quick, for those, if John didn't explain it, when John said he was gonna clock someone, my daughter thought she said he was going to cock someone.
Yeah, that's what I figured what it was.
She almost killed me with that.
I mean, you could have turned it into an apparent embarrassing their children moment if you'd really thought of it.
We do that enough.
You can never do enough.
No,
But
there is.
Parents are generally, or children are generally most embarrassed by even the fact that their parents have sex.
Don't forget, my daughter is a year shy of being an adult.
I know.
Yeah, that's not going to reduce that embarrassment. That might actually increase it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it does. It increases it tenfold.
I was about to say, it doesn't change the fact that she's still your daughter.
Oh, fair.
That's the important part of that statement.
Yeah, no, I'm almost 40, and the thought of my parents getting busy still. Ugh.
God damn it, Monk!
What did you do, Monk?
Almost made me choke is what?
Also, Shauna, Shauna, now realizing that Jaina's almost 18,
I know.
I feel old, because I remember her at my first MetroCon. Oh.
Hey, I thought you lived in Florida, not Dallas.
What? Wait, what?
Just saying, with all that choking.
Oh,
But-
fuck you.
I put it in council for the rest of you.
Yep,
It is an old British meme, but
it still checks out.
mm-hmm.
All right. So Neff is next to do Neff's work. Neff is in the town square, I believe, still.
Yes, Neff is in the town square. Neff is watching the chaos and going, okay, this is entertaining already.
Neff-
Yeah, it's nice to see it's nice to see all of Flesh Eating Sage's troops totally clowned on.
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing. I was looking to humiliate them, and this is even better than I thought. This is a great start to the day.
Neff is also suddenly feeling deja vu from a previous lifetime. Can't forget about the divine flame.
Fire.
So we have
yeah,
a group of mostly melted bad guys, and then we have a group of bad guys that have their guns out pointed at something still.
that's what I'm trying to figure out here. I mean, there's only
Well,
one
the group of bad guys has realized that the flame barrel is not the most dangerous thing. The guy that just used it to torch 10 of their friends is the most dangerous thing. So they're gonna kill a mountain of a man who's still holding the empty, leaking flame barrel.
Actually, I'm going to go at one of the ones that is going to turn on him, and let's use a little bit of display of power.
Oh, very nice.
A vulgar display of power.
Well, I'm going to be striking this guy with a vulgar display of power, and let's see. So I've got to use a facing of 0 to 3. I've got a 0 and a 1.
All right, higher is better, so I would use the 1.
Okay, use the 1.
All right, so this is going to be a rank 1, as I recall, a novice technique. So it gives you a single die facing 1. You already have a die facing 1, so you combine them together. You got a set of 2, so you get a 21 total. Is how much you do to grab this guy. He has a defense of 10, so he'll take 11 damage as you, I guess, just grab him and absolutely mincemeat the guy.
You could say that this vulgar display of power was fucking hostile.
And it does say that it says if you damage them with this strike, it so intimidates them that it generates an equal amount of emotional aggravation towards a fear imbalance, whatever that is.
Yes. So what imbalances are fun. We haven't really gotten to them yet because you guys have just been just annihilating these dudes. But
I mean,
when you take an ongoing injury, either a physical one, a psychic one, a spiritual one, whatever, it's represented as an imbalance, kind of the opposite of health. Instead of your HP going down to hurt you, the aggravation goes up to make the imbalance worse. So in this case, you do 11 damage to him, eviscerating him. And then the remainder of his buddies, the remainder of his squad, those other 9 guys, look at that and they're utterly terrified of it. So they take a rank 1 fear imbalance. So fear is great because they're too terrified to actually act against you guys now. Next round, if they want to suck one of their effort dice away before they roll it, they can use that to overcome their fear. But in the round that an imbalance is created, they have to take what's called the dramatic penalty. In this case, they have to act afraid of you. So yeah, you eviscerate that guy, and they're too shocked to even move. You utterly shell-shock and paralyze the rest of his squad for the rest of the round. A pretty good display of power.
That's kind of what I was after. So now I've got a couple 7s and a 0, and I think I'm just going to bank those for defense just to be on the safe side.
Yeah, good thinking. Although, to be fair, the guys that can attack you are A, incapable of it because they're too terrified of you, or B, on fire. So
exactly, use it for later.
Well, when you say you want to bank them, do you just want to use them later in the turn, or do you want to put one of them in your focus?
Okay, so with the 2 7s that I've got, can I put those in my focus?
You can only put 1 die in your focus. Now,
Okay.
mind you, you can take an action that you put in your focus. But what I would suggest doing with the 2 7s is just continuing to pound these dudes into mincemeat. Why not? They're not going to fight you. Kill a couple of them. Show them who's boss.
Well, okay, I'm curious, what is the cost with that ability?
Display of power was 3 prana, so you're out.
Yep.
That's exactly what my thing was. So there's not really much else I can do then.
You can
You
do
have
just
a
a
lead
standard
pipe.
attack.
Yeah, you can just hit them with your pipe. When it comes to using your dice, you have to think of those like those are your actions. The
Wait,
powers
no.
are just on top of your actions.
Hold on. I have to correct all of us. Seven Sorrows Raven has 2 chakra open at the beginning, and thus a pool of 6. You have
That's right.
You have 3 more prana left.
Oh, okay.
You're an enlightened hero. You have more magic go-go juice.
Well, there's nothing else I can use that with the facing at least. So no, I couldn't even use that because that one requires 12.
Yeah, your most powerful one is a little bit expensive.
Takes a couple turns to get there.
Yeah, so I'm not even going to worry about that one yet. Then, if that's the case, just bonk a couple of them with pipe.
Well, you still have a facing 0, and while facing 0 isn't the best thing,
Yeah, but the only thing it can be used for is another display of power or defense.
Why not use another display of power? Why stop at 1?
You're
I
right.
mean,
You're right. Let's just punch another guy with it.
Absolutely beautiful.
I'm just saying.
So there we go. There's another one. Just 2 displays of power on these bozos.
Yeah, so you'll grab another guy, rip him in half, and in addition to killing him, you'll increase the rank of their imbalance to rank 2. So next round, they have to take a 2-die penalty to overcome it instead of just a 1.
All right,
Basically,
then I'll bank one of those 7s.
Yeah, that's hardcore.
Focus.
I'd like to point out that what you've essentially done is you've already reduced their die pool by 2 by killing 2 of them. Because they'll only roll 8d10, 1 per dude there, and then they have to spend 2 of those dice just to get out of being scared.
Yep.
This is great. I love this.
It's going beautifully, I gotta tell you. All right, that was you, Neff. So I think Rick is the only one who hasn't gone, aside from the bad guys.
and Mildra, who decided to go last.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you actually get to go after the baddies.
Yep. So Rick did have a 3, so he would go next. Yes.
Are the drinks ready at the bar?
Absolutely. Barkeep went first. He's lined up a bunch of shots for you guys.
So,
Okay, so what we're going to do is Hero's going to between all of his fingers, the glasses that all those blowjobs were in, and he's going to fling them, glass, drinks, and everything as one at the closest one of the 5 goons just mangling about the bar. Literally
It's absolutely beautiful.
Literally saying, "Okay, you want to fight? There's the thrown glass." We have to get that. We have to get that requirement out of the way.
Yep.
I would also like to just speak up and say that Hero is also an enlightened hero, so he also starts with a prana pool of 6 because of the 2 open chakras.
Yeah, I was wondering. I couldn't even find the prana pool here.
It's the pool under effort.
Pool under effort. Oh yeah. Okay.
But the best way to think about it, Rick, is that you start combat with your personal pool, which is the 2 functional chakra you have open that are both at 3 currently. So you'll start with 6.
Mm-hmm.
And then as rounds go on and chakras awaken, you'll be getting 6 from those chakra instead, and so your pool will increase rather quickly.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay, so just to clarify, so for instance, my first turn I only had 3, so my next round I'll have 6?
No.
Even more.
You get 3 more.
Well,
You already used 3 for your...
No, because John, chakra awaken every round.
Yep. Yeah, you already have 1 that's kind of working, and you're going to awaken an additional 1. So each one of those that awakens is going to give you 6 prana. So the majority of you will get 12 prana at the end of this round to be used during next round. Those of you that are enlightened will actually get 18.
Yep.
Nice.
So there you go, John. That's how fast you get powerful in this game.
I'm so sad.
Like I said,
missed
if
all
you
of his
manage to
turns.
somehow last the 6 rounds necessary to awaken all 7 chakra, or in the case of an enlightened hero, 5 rounds, the fight is either not going well, is between 2 different heroes, or there's just a lot of dudes and you got to do a lot of killing.
Oh, nice.
I approve.
Love that image, by the way, Joel.
Thank you. Barkeep currently. You know, you guys are the first group to go into the bar.
Really?
Seriously?
100%. No one else has gone in yet.
That's...
Well, hell yes!
Not even after they liberated the town, no one has seen Kenshiro the barkeep yet.
Aw.
Well, awesome!
Easter egg
first group.
unlocked. Well done.
Well, considering the fact that also it's like within this group, the amount of shenanigans Lady K and I've done with our characters.
We are
Shenanigans
not even
never.
1 full round in, folks. Welcome to Lone Wolf Fist.
Yeah, but this is also a group that likes to putz around a bit, so, I mean...
Yeah.
Like, we have so many different ways of thinking of doing this. After all, I've gotten shot by arrows by someone who was trying to hit fish on the other side that I was fighting. before I filleted them into perfectly edible fillets.
I remind you all one of the rules of combat.
Friendly fire.
The only thing more accurate. The only thing more accurate than incoming enemy fire is incoming friendly fire.
My favorite rule is friendly fire isn't.
Anyway.
Okay, so again, Hero, what is the rank of your action that you're doing to mutilate the remaining red flag marauders inside the bar?
So it's going to be the.
So you rolled a 1, 2, 7, and 9.
Okay.
So it's gonna be rank 1 no matter what you do.
Yeah, I'm going to do that 19.
Beautiful. All right, so that 19 is coming at them. They still have, I think they still have that 4 to use. So they're actually going to be able to successfully defend against this one. They're able to start shooting, and they shoot your attack out of the air and put you on the defensive.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay.
So you do actually have a pretty good amount of prana to buy some techniques if you want to start using those. You're close enough you can just zip right over to them without using an action.
That's the plan. I was going to do that. And
all right. And you can see the facing of the different techniques. Will give you an idea of which dice they'll pair best with.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, Lightning Fist is a pretty good one. You could actually afford 3 different Lightning Fist strikes if you wanted to.
That was the plan.
All right, brilliant. Okay.
And, so I'm going to do it rapid fire. Basically, they're going to become the living versions of see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
But punch evil. Punch it hard.
Yeah. Yep.
Punches 1 in the ear, 1 in the mouth, and 1 in the eyes.
Okay, so when you use a Lightning Fist attack, it'll increase the matching die that you pair it with by 1. Don't forget, you're unarmed, so you can also do 2 rank 1 actions. So if you just have 2 dice sitting over afterwards, you can use those to attack as well. And there's really no reason not to go all in for the offense. There's 6 of these guys still alive, one of which is about halfway dead already. So if you really lay on the damage, there's not much they can do in retaliation to harm you.
Yeah, I'm going to do that on 3 of them.
All right, beautiful. What would you roll again? Let's see which ones match with it.
I still have a 1, a 2, and a 7 left. So
okay, beautiful.
11, 12, and 17.
Okay, so yeah, the 17 will pair for a 27. That gives you a 12, an 11, a 17, and then I just throw 2 more 8s at them. So 2 18s. So 11, 12, 17, 18, 8, no, 11, 12, 27, 18, 18. Wow, that's unbelievable. Okay, your 27 they can defend with their unbelievable sets of 8. They can actually do a pretty good job of defending themselves. They can use 2 of their sets of 8 to get a 28. So that means you throw a quick, really fierce punch at them, and they throw their machine guns in front of it. The machine guns are destroyed, but it blocks your attack. That one at least. Your 18 that follows up, smash a few more machine guns. Then you have another 18 that they only defend against with 11, so they take 7 damage there. So you punch a hole straight through someone like you're in Kung Pao into the fist. Then you have an undefendable 12 and 11 that absolutely eviscerate 2 of them with your final 2 attacks. So yeah, basically at the end of this, 3 of them are dead and all of them are disarmed.
And on top of that, I want to say that the last guy he hits, there's one of my favorite descriptions from wuxia novels. It sounded like a water balloon full of meat popping.
Oh God!
No, it's after he's done punching him, as he pulls back. If you look at his fist, you see little specks and shards of skull matter on it. And to which he just looks and just shakes his hand.
I'm so glad I just finished eating.
What can I say? B horror movies are a great inspiration.
I don't watch them.
Oh, man.
They are creatively. They're creatively.
I don't
gory.
like watching horror movies. Okay. Now, if you want to
Okay,
talk
so-
horror, if you want to talk horror, talk to Jaina.
That's fair, but even it's like the.
Guys, rails.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely beautiful. Okay, so at the end of your turn, at this point, they've used all of their effort on defense. This is one of the drawbacks of going later in a turn and why you should usually bid on initiative. If someone goes before you, they're attacking you, and you're on the back foot using your dice for defense. If you go first, you're the one attacking. So, just for a little tactical thing for everybody. There's 3 of them remaining. They are out of effort because they're just completely on their back feet against your onslaught, all of you. The ones outside are either on fire or paralyzed by terror and can't attack. So that brings us to Mildra at the very bottom of the round. The baddies actually don't get to do anything this round.
Oh, damn.
Uh-oh.
We did things.
All right. So, as I understand it, we have the brawl that's going on in the bar, and we have the brawl that was going on elsewhere that involves some people on fire.
Yep, and you're at the threshold where you can kind of choose which brawl you want to get involved in.
Well, on technicality, there's 2 different balls going on outside because you have Nameless on one end with the guys on fire, and then you have Raven on another group just scaring the ever-loving fuck out of them.
Yeah, she's
All
already
right.
torn 2 apart with her bare hands, and they're not happy about it.
So, it's time for me to pick up the gun I put on the table earlier, because you had said that one of the tank shells was just lying about nearby.
I
the tank.
did.
So, when it comes to the guys who were dealing with a bit of fire, I'm gonna head that direction. Actually, no, I'm not gonna head that direction. What I'm gonna do first is pick up that tank shell and javelin throw that thing in their direction as hard as I can.
Beautiful.
Is that another power feat we're going at now?
Absolutely.
Oh boy.
So, rolling effort.
You already rolled your effort, didn't you?
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, got a couple of 3s there. That looks pretty good.
Excuse me.
So, I think what I'm gonna do is one. I am putting that 9 into my focus slot. And let's see, and just okay. Since I rolled two 3s, let me ask you this.
All right.
Actually, no. No, I just realized that was the cost. I should be looking at the
Facing, you got it. Now,
now here's the reason why I asked, because is it possible for me to use Wink of God to electrify this tank cannon? Or
it's
not the
literally
cannon
what Wink of
itself.
God. Yeah, it's literally what Wink of God is made for.
Yeah. So that being the case, since that needs a 6 through 9, I'm gonna
Now, keep in mind, it generates a 6 through 9 as well. So if you have a single attack, you can do it rank 1 if you just want to zap it. That would be enough to set off the tank shell.
Yep. And I did roll. I'm gonna use the result of 17 since I rolled a 7 for that.
Clever.
So what you guys are seeing is me picking up the shell, aiming it like I'm aiming a javelin, and then chucking the thing as hard as possible, as it is because of the metal that these kind of things are made of, channeling electricity as you're seeing this improvised missile.
Which group are you throwing it at? The ones on fire or the scaredy cats?
I'm throwing it at the scaredy cats.
That's unfortunate for them, because these things detonate at a rank 6.
Fuck.
Yeah, that is enough to absolutely liquefy the remaining members of that unit. And of course, because you are a very skilled and capable artillerist, you can angle the explosion such that your friend, although showered in viscera, will be otherwise unharmed by the explosion.
Yeah, there's just the wondering of, wait, those guys who were scared are not there anymore.
So I'm going to be showered with viscera? Well, gee, I always needed
100%.
something to... I needed something to slick my hair back.
What hair?
I prefer the version with hair.
That's the joke.
You suck, McBain!
Oh. And that being said, I think with that taken care of, I'm going to head towards the as I said before, head closer to the brawl that's at the bar.
He can spend effort to move areas, right?
Hmm? Yeah, it's a rank 1 to go to adjacent areas. So in a lot of cases, you'll just use whatever your single action for the turn is just to do that.
I mean, effortless is 1, so...
Yeah, you can also use your effortless to do that single rank 1 attack if you want. So in this case, you're just using your effort, you don't have to use any of your dice, and you can just march right into the door since it's nearby. And that gets you access to anything within that little area. So basically, you can describe moving freely while you're within one of these places. Moving between them has a cost.
Oh. Though the movement is just doing a sprint while he's drawing his sword, because clearly things have gotten that far out of hand.
They have, although it looks like your friends have done a good job of mopping up inside the bar. There are 3 surviving members, but they are overwhelmed and on the defensive against Hero, who was doing his ata at them.
There you go. My best imitation of that.
It's beautiful.
Let's see. I had used 3 prana for that, so I'm tapped out on prana right now.
Yeah, but you have a big fuck off sword.
Yeah,
You
and
do
I
have
think,
a big fuck off sword. That's true.
I think with one of the remaining ones, I'm going to teach him long division.
Ah,
Well, so Monk, I do have to point out that, you if you hadn't spent the 7, you could have gotten +1 rank to an attack with a sword. But your sword gives you +1 rank to an attack once per round anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It does.
And technically speaking, I haven't used my sword yet. That was a bit of improvised warheads on foreheads.
Yeah,
Foreheads on foreheads. It's beautiful.
you just spent the 7 into the wink of God. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. And I'm actually going to use the two 3s, the roll of 23 on that attack, on that just sword attack.
All right.
So that's
So, yeah.
33 then?
It would be a 33, which really sucks for them. They have no remaining defense, and there's 3 of them each with 10 hit points apiece. I'll let you do the math on how much of them is remaining after your swipe.
Long division. That's a 3 remainder 3.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's kind of 6 of them if you count the halves. Okay. So the only remaining guys after your turn are the 5 that are burning to death. Not too shabby.
Will they just burn to death on their own turn at this point?
Well, I think they take an additional, I want to say D10 damage at the beginning of their next round, so I'm going to say most likely.
Most likely. We love burning damage in this temple.
Yep.
Like I said, I made rules specifically for fire. I knew it was going to happen.
Lady Xanthia is smiling.
It's beautiful. Okay, so that is bottom of the round. You guys did a pretty good job of mopping up the 30 red flag marauders in a handful of heartbeats. Let me see. I think you eviscerated the remainder of the two groups that were mutilated by your compatriots there, Mildra. So now you guys are standing in the gore of the remainder of them. We're going to call that fight pretty much over. The burning ones, they take another D10 of damage each. I'm going to say that those that aren't dead are close enough to dying that all the fight's been taken out of them at this point. The townspeople are really, at first, terrified and apprehensive about you, but then that group of hooded individuals that I introduced earlier start walking up to you guys with a lot of certainty, flip back their hoods and reveal themselves to be disciples of Luckless Schwan, fellow Golden Lions. Once they see your display of heroism, Monk, they immediately recognize you. They're like, "Oh, hey,
Wait.
your reputation precedes you. You've come to liberate us from the forces of flesh-eating sage. Fantastic."
Wait, Schwan?
Yep, Luckless Schwan, the Golden Lion Protectorate, who has a gold mine nearby and is in a very losing war against flesh-eating sage and his forces.
And him and I have some history.
Yep, as a matter of fact, you're battle brothers. You know the guy's... He's a hero, although he has a tendency to bite off a lot more than he can chew. This probably explains his current predicament. These are students of his. You recognize them. They were younger the last time you saw them.
I see that you managed to find new and interesting ways to get yourself into trouble, brother.
Well, remember, Sean is not amongst them. These are just his students.
Disciples of his.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
disciples. Yeah, they're pretty grim about it. They don't take the humor in it, which is not uncommon for Golden Lions, but these guys seem even more grim than usual.
Mm-hmm. But
Oh, the bartender has started mopping everything up and has got drinks for all of you guys on the house. He's still not spoken anything, but he makes his appreciation very, apparent through his actions.
mhm.
I reach over and grab my drink. Glad to help. Thanks for the drink. Just tosses it back.
We come bearing ill news, brother, says one of the disciples. Our master Schwan is unfortunately on the defensive against one of the new Shadow Viper warlords that is pushing south with their new war machines. We could greatly use your help. The battle had just began whenever we set out. We can't imagine it's going well for them. They were outnumbered and outgunned, and their new warlord is an absolute monster of a man.
Well, I
Oh,
owe
by the way, who's got the package right now? The mysterious package y'all are delivering.
Prince.
All right, there you go.
It's my justification to talk to Two Souls Bow in the first place. So
Oh, there you go.
Hero, who is laying back with drinking and propping his foot on some of the corpses, looks over and asks, what is it? Do you have a name for this new general that's giving you trouble?
Yes, as a matter of fact. Let me see. He is called Yemen the Elephant Eater. He's a mountain of a man. He tends to crucify and cannibalize his enemies, much like the flesh-eating sage does. He believes he draws power from their flesh and blood.
offhand, Prince mentions to the group and these lion disciples. The dimensions of Two Soul Bow are beyond the battle lines. If we get involved, we may be able to create a safe corridor, or find our graves. Leave it to the rest of you to determine which is which.
was an excellent voice sound. I love it.
Is what it is.
Stoneblade knocks back 2 shots. I say we go help this guy out. Might as well give us a chance to kick a little more ass while we're at it.
Now you're talking my language.
Hey,
Next thing
I gotta feed Meat Drinker, okay? I think it's worse than a couple of toddlers.
you guys hear the telltale sounds of a someone who just enjoyed their drink due to a belch, and you see Hero just wiping his lips with his forearm. As long as we get Fletching Sage's attention, I'm all for it.
Meanwhile, Sage is finishing his drink and going. It's high time I repaid my debt.
That's a good point. Okay, sounds like we're going to the battlefield next then.
Yep.
All right. So, interesting corollary to those listening along at home. Usually, at the end of a round, everyone's prana flares and they get more prana. This also triggers encounter rolls. However, because the combat ended effectively in the first round, no one had to prana flare. Therefore, there's no need for an encounter roll here. So they can actually just head on to the south without any further molestation from Red Flag Marauders. Not too shabby, guys.
The fact that we murdered everybody due to tactical advantage. The tactical infinity prevails.
Yeah, see, that's why the more flexible systems have a great strength. Your actual creativity and use of the description and terrain wound up being really beneficial to you. And as you noted, we were able to systematize it all pretty easily too. Okay, enough yanking my crank on Maine. Now it's time to go to the south. Okay, so let's see what's next here. It should be about, I want to say 4 to 6 hours worth of marching to the south. Let's see what it looks like down there.
We're gonna do a skip scene.
Yeah, heck yeah. We're gonna skip. Everyone's uninjured. So
like if this was an anime, as everyone's hanging out, Hero's the last one. We'll see, and is walking, but you see him break the fourth wall by grabbing the corner and just causing the scene transition.
pretty much. This would be when you get a little like eye catch of Vash the Stampede, like as a little gremlin. Or alternatively, a beautiful image of him with like a sexy guitar riff. That was a show of extremes. Trigon was.
Yep.
Did you watch the Stampede release? It was really good.
No, I haven't checked it out. I've had mixed reviews on it. I'll have to check it out myself. I'm kind of in love with the '90s OVA they did of it. So
my recommendation is go in expecting Trigun Stampede to be its own thing, but with some of the familiar tropes.
Yeah, I kind of want that. I feel like if you're going to revisit Trigun, you should do something different enough with it that it justifies doing something different. What we have is already perfect, right? So if you're going to do it again, make it your own.
And they did, and we've only got half of it. The other half is going to be releasing at some point in the near future. It's a split core.
Yeah. It's Trigun's a weird I'm not going to dwell too much on it, but Trigun's a weird beast where each adaptation each take is somewhat different.
Because not even the original Trigun really followed Naito's original manga perfectly.
And even Naito is has made his own jabs at the early parts of the manga. Because he basically admitted he had no idea what he was doing. It's more that he didn't quite get visual storytelling early on, and he's said as such when somebody asked about his art style, calling it dynamic, and he said, "Is that the English word for incomprehensible?" Before he became a mangaka, he was an architect. not alone in that prospect, because so was Tsutomu Nihei, who did Blame, one of my favorite mangas to read.
Blame is gorgeous.
And read in complete silence is the best way to experience Blame. I'm aware of the animated adaptations. I do not think Blame works in animation. I feel like it kind of misses the point.
If I want something with extremely good storytelling and massively awesome visuals, manga or anime, Gantz. Give me Gantz any day of the week.
Oh yeah,
Gantz is pretty gorgeous too. Yeah.
But since you mentioned the battlefield,
Yes.
Is it a case where we're dealing with some World War I style no man's land?
Absolutely. As you go down to the south, it becomes more and more clear you're dealing with a sort of no man's land. Now, you're kind of coming into it from behind, so that's useful. But basically, when you slope down to the lowest part of this valley, there's this absolute quagmire of trenches, like that make this kind of maze in front of you, and it blocks view enough that you're not immediately apparent to the guys that are closer to the killing field. Right in the middle of the killing field, razor wire everywhere. You see the tank from the Red Flag Marauders. You know it's theirs because it's got a big red flag on the top. There's a group of 50 of these guys, hunkered down behind the razor wire with guns. They're trained heading south. You're also heading south. You're kind of behind them. And you can see Yemen, again, mountain of a dude, walking along this guy. This dude is like 8.5 feet tall and about that wide. Yeah, he looks like Vulcan Raven from the Metal Gear Solid games. Or if you ever played Magic the Gathering back in the 90s, he looks like Meraxus of Kel. He is a very, very big boy.
He's just a Space Marine in Terminator armor, except it's all flesh.
Yep, he doesn't need the armor. If he had armor, he would eat it. He is a very, very chunky boy. He has a huge onyx axe that he has slung over one of his shoulders, and he is coated in tattoos from the top of his skull all the way down to his Lord Humongous knee pads. So that's what's going on there. If the Golden Lions are still alive, they are in a bunker that is off to the south behind a whole bunch of those concrete dragon teeth. Basically it looks like you can flank far to the right and go through a pretty muddy quagmire that looks like it's got a reasonable amount of terrain to conceal your advance if you want to go around them. If you go to the left, it looks like you would be kind of out in the open and spotted pretty quickly. If you just approach them directly from the south, same thing. They've got enough of a killing field ahead of them in most directions that army would be able to spot you with their spotters, unless you're able to conceal yourselves very cunningly. The five Golden Lions, the trio of Golden Lions, sorry, there's not five, there's only three of them, kind of loosely follow your command, Mildred. So they all have a die each, they can work as a group, they'll go on your initiative, and they also have your form technique as well, so they can use that if they happen to roll well enough. So I'm just going to hand that group to you, because I don't feel like running them.
When it comes to myself and that group, I think we're going to take the route that is not going to be out in the open.
Yeah, it might be a good idea to strategize a little bit as you draw closer, so you have a cohesive plan as a group, and that'll give me a chance to go get something to drink.
So, before you go, what other, for those of us who have mastery in senses, what other unique terrain advantages closer to these assholes with guns can we see?
Okay, so far to the right of them, that approach, the reason they're not trying to use that to flank the bunker, you can tell right away, that's a minefield. You go over there, you go boom. They've got too much ordnance and too many boots, they would absolutely get fried. They're not going through those concrete teeth because they can't get their tank over there. And they're probably afraid that whatever kind of return fire the Golden Lions can do, it would shred them as they run around that no man's land. Same thing with going that far left flank on the trenches. It would make them completely open. So right now they're at a stalemate. Nobody can move. They're totally locked World War I style. there's not a lot of obvious advantages here, unfortunately, beyond that.
Okay. So before we do anything, tapping on the shoulder, you guys, I know that place looks safe, but it's a minefield.
Oh, I noticed.
Yeah, I don't feel like dying today.
Really
I don't-
surprised with this war.
Not surprised that there's even remnants of the previous wars. This world has lost too much. We'll have to be careful if we want to use it as a corridor of passage. There are fewer of us than there are of those assholes up the hill. But it's still a risk.
Think we can try a pincer?
Not at this point. There's too much open ground otherwise. The open ground is going to cause us to become mincemeat. It's the same reason they don't run towards the lions. They'll become mincemeat. We have to do something to either push them to action or something that gives us an advantage in the no man's land. But I don't think that...
You said it's a minefield.
Yes, an
Why
old
not
minefield.
Why not instill in the fear and corral them towards the minefield?
I don't know if we have the means to do that.
I was
Lions-
actually thinking of finding a way to safely detonate the mines and cause a chain reaction.
They're too far away from the minefield to be harmed by that, but that would definitely get their attention. That's a good point.
We'd want to get to an advantageous position before we do that, though. If we're closer to the bunker, we may be able to get the other lions to help us after they are lured into this quagmire. So we may want to cross first, then detonate the mines.
It's a risky move, but nothing worth gaining is done without risk.
Alright, so figure what? Put everybody that's skilled in senses out first to detect where these mines are?
Well, and then Prince is floating. I've decided that at this time that I'm going to say that Prince is floating. Prince is going to use his, since we're not in combat, I'm going to use my little personal prana pool to telekinesis myself above the air.
Yep, that's one of the uses of telekinesis, as a matter of fact. It's specifically called out in the charm.
I did read that. That's why I'm like, okay, so I'm going to float now.
Ah, it's so cool. I love that visual.
Actually, considering that we're dealing with explosives, would my body like flames drill work in this case? Because that brings my rank 5 senses.
That's true. Now, explosives that have kinetic energy, you're able to see things like the movement of electricity with that. But a mine, which is a bunch of chemical explosions and chemical explosives and what have you, it doesn't have that kind of kinetic energy that allows you to just use senses on it. Now, mind you, the metal heats up at a different rate than everything else, and with the passing of eons, some of these things have become magnetized. So actually, yeah, whenever you point your Ajna chakra over there, your body like flames drill gives you the ability to almost perfectly see them as faint outlines underneath the ground. So you could probably walk through there without getting injured.
And guide the rest of the group through.
All right.
100%.
So I could see those mines, no problem. I could get us through there with no issues. Just stay behind me.
Prince, while trusting her, also knows how volatile the literal exploding woman is, and continues to float for his own safety.
Probably wise.
He can't afford to die before he gets immortality. He just can't.
Call that the order of operations. Immortality first, recklessness after.
Exactly.
Just the
don't
exact
get me wrong. I
opposite
like
of
to
how
go in
they
and
work.
smash some heads, but I also ain't dumb enough to go walking into a minefield without having some precautions. I ain't stupid.
I'll still stay 18 inches over the ground, thank you.
Yeah, whatever, you pussy.
That's beautiful. Okay, so now we're not in combat right now, so there's a couple of options you guys have for taking actions. You can use you can focus it around your effortless, which is just Usually I think it's rank 1 that you can use as just like the basics of your action. As you get higher in degree, that actually increases, by the way, in all of your effortless actions when it being higher. You can also just roll your effort if you want to. It kind of represents a short-term use of your skills. If you had unlimited amounts of time, you could actually just assume that you rolled the highest amount you possibly could. This case, because you're in the middle of an active war zone, that's not the case. You don't have infinite time. But you can still roll if you want to. So go ahead and roll effort, pair it up with whatever techniques you want to use, and then use whatever actions you want to. You'll note that a lot of your techniques have a secondary use where they can be used as skills. That's one of the strengths of techniques. They'll have the same facing and rank they would before. In this case, instead of adding to attack or defense, they're going to increase the rank of your thing. So, for example, if you wanted to use senses to sneak, if you have a technique that allows you to use senses as its skill, you can use that technique to increase its rank. Very useful.
But I am simply using telekinesis as a focus, so I can continue to float.
Yep, and you have 2 focus slots, so you still have a whole slot open. You lucky duck, you.
I do. Well, unless this counts as a new scene, in which case there's a 0 in the other slot.
It would be a new scene, actually. We skipped over to it as you traveled for about 4 hours. So.
Yep. So I've got a 0 in one slot. I've got a focus slot using telekinesis right now.
Heck yeah.
Works for me.
I guess that'd be the same for me. I'd have a 0 1 slot, and I'd have my second slot for big body like flames.
Very good.
And so Nuke is going to guide the group safely through the minefield with her ability to see the mines.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Now, that army is going to try to use its ability to spot you guys. Don't think we're going to be able to get to another really big combat this time. But we can see whether or not you have to get into a firefight with the army. So, now, armies work at an even more abstract scale than groups. There's 50 of them. Every 10 actually only gives them 1 effort die, but every group of 10 also gets a +1 rank that just floats. They can add to any action. So in other words, if they wanted to use their action to spot you guys, it would be rank 5 plus whatever I roll. So let's roll some dice here and let me give you an idea.
Thought the minefield was semi-concealed already, though. That the entire reason it was semi-concealed and they weren't present was because they were avoiding it.
They are avoiding it. They do still have lookouts. So the way this is going to work is sneaking to the minefield. I'm just going to go ahead and increase the rank of your senses action to hide by 1. It's pretty reasonably concealed. So they get a pair of 7s. So they wind up with if they use their full. If they were going to put all of their focus into this would be a rank 7 to spot. However, they're not. They're using most of that to do things like intimidate the enemy, fire at them, that kind of thing. So I'm going to say they're going to throw 2 ranks of their 5 into this. So it winds up being 47 is the total for them to spot you guys. So you'll have to get at least a rank 4 to remain concealed. Now, mind you, again, you have a +1 rank to that because it's shadowy and easy to conceal in here. So you'll need a rank 3 action total to effectively conceal the group as you travel safely through the minefield.
Now, we could use a group action for that, couldn't we?
Yeah, one of you is going to kind of take point on like making everybody hide, and so that one person's action will be enough to conceal the entire group.
Okay.
I'll roll.
I have. Well, okay. I was looking at the rules about how teamwork could pool dice efforts.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find that again. That was early in the book, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Combine your efforts with another character, take a set you've rolled and the set your buddy rolled, and put them together. That both have to have the same facing and increase it by 1 rank. Okay.
Yep, easy as that. So it's not terribly difficult. Usually with these, and you'll note the strategy I'm using here as the GM. I'm kind of putting the numbers and the problem in front of you guys, and I'm kind of assuming that you will treat this like a puzzle to figure out the solution. There's lots of different little bits and bobs in your character sheet you can use for this, but a lot of times what you'll do is you'll combine someone who has senses mastery, a decent roll, and a technique that boosts senses. Generally, that should be enough to get you to rank 3. So we'll find out.
I have senses mastery, but I don't have a technique that increases senses.
That's true, but you only need to get a rank 2 action to combine with that to get you all the way up to effectively rank 4.
There's
There you
a
go.
rank 2 action right there.
You got it. Yep, so since you have mastery, that makes it rank 3, and as I said before, you get a +1 rank for sneaking through the minefield, so that'll be a total of rank 4 to conceal the party. So yeah, you're able just to draw the shadows around them and sneak through. Now, going this way, you can actually go all the way over to the bunker and slide down into it and go and actually talk to Schwann directly. He doesn't know you're coming, but if Mildred or his dudes are with you, they actually know a way to communicate with him in a way that'll make him not hostile when you sneak in.
Yeah, I'm taking that option.
Let's not die. We just got through the minefield.
Right.
Remember, teamwork is essential. It gives the enemy more people to shoot at.
Decreasing the odds that you will be the one shot. Very good. Okay, so you go through the minefield. You can hear Yemen giving his Lord Humongous speech. Just walk away, and your lives will be spared. Just walk away. Basically talking about the gold mine. The lions aren't saying anything, so again, it's not clear if they're dead or if they're just being stoic. Once you get all the way around to the bunker, though, one of the disciples is able to do the secret knock, and you hear another knock from inside, and then an answering knock from outside. So they let you open, and luckless Schwann, bedraggled, wounded, and miserable, is there with his 5 remaining disciples. All in various states of being absolutely just beaten from the amount of battle they've had to do. There's also a couple of what are clearly bodies that have sheets pulled over them inside the bunker. He locks eyes on you, Mill, immediately, and is just like, "Oh, thank God you're here!" And he'll come over and he'll bring it in for a hug. It's hug time.
Yep.
All right, yeah, he's pretty racked. Beyond grabbing you and then just like he doesn't sob, but you can tell like there's a big emotional toll that's on the dude. What do you guys want to do? Once they see his reaction, all of his disciples immediately soften, happy to see this group of unlikely but apparently capable heroes.
Does the Emerald Kieran clan have any means of knowing any sort of field first aid?
That's a good question, actually, and an excellent use of the intellect skills. So let me actually pull this up real quick, because that's one of the powers I gave to intellect. What do the Chiron know? We're gonna find out when I flip to the right page. I lost the page, but that's okay. I'm gonna flip again. It's hard with one hand. Yeah. Let's see. Spirit shard. I think I went too far. Yeah. Spirit, heart, senses. Here we go. Intellect. Okay. Have I heard of? Here we go. To resolve this, the GM may choose to assign a number to them ranging from 9 hyper obscure to 1 incredibly common knowledge. Roll a single d10 if your result is greater than the number you have indeed heard of the reputation or factoid. There we go. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so let's see if you've heard of it. I'm going to say that basic field dressing is probably pretty common knowledge. So it's difficult. It is going to be a 1. Go ahead and roll a single d10, and if you roll a 1 or higher, so basically anything but a 0, you will actually know this. Good job.
I rolled a 7.
There you go. There you go. And if you did not roll high enough, a thing you can do is you can take an intellect action, and the rank of your action adds to the difference. So if you'd say roll a 0, you'd only need a rank 1 intellect action to also know this thing. So that's the way that works. It's a
right.
rule on page 17 of the book, by the way. So yeah, you know some basic field dressing. Most of the people here desperately need it. So you're able to, with what they have on hand and what you've brought with you, give them some really good field dressing and immediately get on their good side. The Kirin, as you may know, are a pretty reclusive clan, even among the very reclusive clans. And usually when they interact with the world, it's to murder someone because of some obscure thing that's happening in the Emerald world.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a good bit of diplomacy on your part. Well done. The
Well, thank you.
Lions are very happy for you. What's everybody else doing while this is going on? Any questions for poor luckless Schwan here?
Phoenix, Prince from the Silver Phoenix, excuse me, looked at the wrong line there for a second, and they're both SP. That was an interesting pair. Prince simply looks at the luckless man. We need a plan to push those idiots. If we can, into the minefield. If not, to at least push them into a disadvantageous position. What sort of distraction can we muster with your supplies here?
We're out of most of our ranged weaponry, and I'm the only one who knows any attacks that can attack at range. Unfortunately, this was my plan. As you can tell, it's not panning out very well. We've lost a lot of men in this war, and at this point we're unfortunately depleted. We were hoping that perhaps you had some advantage that you'd managed to bring with you.
Well,
Aside from being fresh-faced, I apologize.
Well, just having heroes here is a welcome relief. We now have possibly enough power just to face them in open combat. I don't think that we should engage them as long as that tank is still operative. But if we could disrupt them somehow and draw Yemen off, if we're able to kill him, then the morale would crumble. These marauders that the flesh-eating sages recruited, they're not trained. They're just whatever rabble he could scare up and push to the front lines. They're well armed, but their skill is wanting.
If I can get close to the tank without being seen, I can deal with it. Prince has the idea that it's a tank, it's a little heavy, but I can throw it into the minefield. I've got the power.
You've got the touch?
You've got the touch.
You got the power.
You've got the power.
You've got the skill, you've got the power, they'll never catch you. You're like the Eiffel Tower.
I would need at least
Now,
2 or 3 of our friends here to help fend off the rest of the horde.
Yeah, now, you're looking at that tank. It'd be pretty hard to mess with it. You can do a rank 11 power to shift it, or 12 to fully lift it. It's pretty heavy.
Oh, it's that heavy?
It's a tank.
Take the tank.
By the way, that's actually based on the actual weight of battle
Abrams?
tanks. But, yep. So, if you look at the power chart...
Yeah.
Yep. Right around 55 tons, or between 55 and 500 tons is where that sits. So it's pretty big range. Pretty big margin.
And M1A1 is 63 short tons. Or 57 total tons, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so now Prince quickly rethinks that. He doesn't know where that thought came from.
I have a new different plan now that I'm looking at the tank. It looks pretty heavy.
What happens when you block the barrel of a gun?
It implodes on it. Oh, it explodes the wrong way, that's for sure.
He has a very sinister grin at this point, by the way. And the one eye you can see from behind his hair is glimmering menacingly.
That is the most anime description.
It's a preternatural grin too. His mindset is kind of flaring a little bit of his psychic power there. You know, like a ghostly blue flame above the eye. No, this is not a Sans reference, and don't even try and make it. I'm gonna head off everybody at that pass. I headed everyone off at that pass for a reason. But looking around, how much do the dragon teeth weigh? They're just
Now,
concrete.
that's a worthy question. You could probably lift them pretty well with a rank 4 power action.
That would be fun. Rank 4 power action. Telekinesis with a facing of 0-3 would give me an extra pair in there. Are there any smaller chunks that could be shot into the barrel of a tank?
Just enough to block it?
Probably going to need at least that rank 4 to actually completely obstruct it with something that won't just get shoved out of the way when it fires.
Well, most of tank shells are HE, so it's not like they wouldn't... It may shove it out of the way, but that tank barrel's going with it. Alright, so he's thinking about it. He's like, if someone can help me here and now, we can get one of those, points at the dragon teeth, into that thing, points at the tank, and then it goes boom.
So
I hope I made that simple enough for everybody.
So pretty much you need someone to cause a distraction and draw the attention away from the tank. Got it.
I can cause a distraction.
So
If only people could command lightning and fire somehow. Perhaps with Kung Fu.
I believe we all have our own strengths and weaknesses here.
I think that generally the Golden Lions like your plan of everything that the enemy has exploding. Unfortunately, at the 5-minute warning, I think we probably should wrap up this never quite completely resolved one-shot right there at that wonderful cliffhanger.
Damn.
So, I'm sorry, guys. We don't have quite enough time. Although I'm glad everyone's having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I would like to do a couple of karma rewards. This isn't in Blood from God's Eye, but if you get the full game, the way they do XP is through karma. Once you do heroic actions, you get a heroic reward, you lucky duck. So let's see what heroic stuff you guys did. And every clan, by the way, has their own little special heroic actions they have as well.
Oh, nice.
So, the general Dharma chart on page 136. All right. So, it has a list of deeds and their karmic reward. So, deed, winning an easy or trivial battle, which I think if you can mop it all up in one round without even Prana Flame, we're going to call that trivial, is a karmic reward of 1. You get 1 karma for that. If you answer a challenge to your reputation, it's equal to the degree of your challenger. Haven't done that yet. That's unfortunate. If you overindulge in a vice or perform a heroic deed, both clans have a vice and a deed each. You get karmic rewards according to those. If you fulfill a heroic vow, you get a very impressive karmic reward of 14. If you save a mortal life, you can get 1 karma per scene, up to 7 total per scene, per life saved. And if you save the life of a lone wolf fist, you get it equal to double their degree, which is pretty impressive. So in this case, you can also get it for overcoming, resurrecting, conquering, creating, or annihilating certain important places. For example, the place you saved was a market. So in this case, you resurrected and or conquered it. In other words, you liberated it from evil people. So that's a karmic reward of 3 each. So, karmic reward, when you use a trivial battle, everybody gets 1 karma from that. And resurrecting a market is an additional 3. Let's have a little quick look through the clans to see what your heroic deeds happen to be. 'Cause those are always a lot of fun.
Before we get into that, I'm going to head out now because I got another call I need to join, so...
Okay, fair enough.
Yep.
Yeah, same here. I got to dip out as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got some IRL stuff I gotta do, so.
All right, folks. All right. Well, you know what? We can save that for after the cliffhanger if we want to then. But yeah, it'll be 4 karma for everybody, which we can spend if we ever decide to pick this up again in the continually inaptly named one-shots.
I think we could have some fun with this. But anyway, you guys have a good night.
Mm-hmm. Be done. Take it easy, guys.
Bye, guys.
But this has certainly been a interesting experiment.
Yeah, looks like everything working. It went up really doing really well. What a great crew.
Yeah, we We have fun around here, you know, like we're supposed to. Oh wait, there's no one way to have fun.
As
My fun usually
saying,
involves burning things.
Yep.
Oh, we had plenty of that.
Flaming Bukake.
I'll give you the context for that afterwards, but that is going to do it for our adventures this particular week in the Cloister. We will be back next week with something a little bit different, in the form of a study hall of sorts for Sword World. There's going to be a bunch of videos from Guided by Cardia, who handles the YouTube page of the Sword World translation team. And we're going to be going through a few of them because, as I've mentioned many times and will mention many times more, when you're dealing with the TTRPG space coming out of Japan, it is a different beast. And when you're in Rome, you do have to do as the Romans do.
But don't do as the Osakans do. They talk funny.
Well, so does everybody in Kansai, but that's another story. But with that said, please look for, as Yoshi P would say, please look forward to what we've got coming. And until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody.